In the world of beacons and mist, where land meets the endless sea, ancient sentinels stand watch. These lonely keepers of light, nestled atop rugged cliffs and isolated rocks, hold secrets whispered only to the waves and winds. Through the veil of salt air and forgotten screams, a haunting question emerges. Where did they go? From Scotland's desolate Flannan Isles to the storm-battered shores of Oregon's terrible Tilly, stories of vanished souls echo through time, haunting the midnight tides. With each chapter, we unravel the enigma of these lighthouse keepers who dissolved into the fog, leaving behind only questions and an eternal, chilling light. As we embark on this quiet voyage into the unknown, we find ourselves enveloped by the ethereal mists of the North Atlantic. Here, ancient stones stand steadfast against time, guarding secrets whispered by the winds and echoes of the sea. Among these stones lie the Flannan Isles, remote and mysterious, nestled off the western coast of Scotland. It is a place where the boundary between reality and the otherworldly thins, where history and folklore intertwine, creating a tapestry rich with intrigue and unanswered questions. In this enchanted realm, the story unfolds, a tale of 3 lighthouse keepers who vanished without a trace in December 1900. The Flannan Isles lighthouse, perched upon the desolate island moor, serves as both the beacon and backdrop for this enigma. The Isles, known to locals as the Seven Hunters, have long been shrouded in fascinating myths and legends. Their isolation and rugged beauty evoke a sense of reverence, a recognition of forces greater than human understanding. As the keepers tended the lighthouse, they were not merely guardians of light, but also stewards of a solitude that demanded resilience and fortitude, a pact with the elements that bound their spirits to the pulse of the sea. The tale of these vanished keepers has lingered in the collective memory, a shadow etched upon the history of the Flannan Isles. As December 26, 1900 dawned a new day, a relief vessel approached Island Moor, expecting the usual routine. However, an unsettling silence descended upon the island. The lighthouse lay abandoned, its light extinguished, and its keepers, James Duckett, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur, were nowhere to be found. Inside, the table was set for a meal never consumed, clocks stood motionless, and an air of absence pervaded the rooms. Time itself seemed to stand still, leaving behind a void that beckoned to be filled with stories and speculations. Within the lighthouse, a logbook was discovered, an intriguing artifact that quietly chronicled the keeper's final days. Initially, the entries were mundane, documenting daily tasks and observations. Yet, as the days unfolded, the tone shifted, taking a darker turn. The entries described storms that, curiously, no other eyes saw, a growing sense of unease, and a foreboding presence that lingered in the air. The final note read simply, "Storm ended, sea calm. God is over all." These words, though ordinary, carried the weight of a mystery that has captivated imaginations for over a century. Through the veil of these recorded thoughts and actions, countless theories have bloomed, inviting contemplation on the forces at play in such an isolated expanse. Some posit that a sudden storm claimed the keepers, whisking them away as they tended to their duties. Others speculate that a rogue wave, tall and invisible, could have engulfed them, leaving no trace behind. However, each hypothesis struggles to offer a complete picture as the island remained silent, its equipment untouched, its mysteries unbroken. Was there something more, a hidden force, that inscribed this narrative upon the annals of time? Beyond natural explanations, tales of the supernatural have found fertile ground in the Flannan Isles mystery. The whispers of local legends suggest influences beyond the mortal realm. Some speak of the blue men of the Minch, mythical sea creatures that lure sailors to their watery graves. Others evoke the presence of the fair folk, ethereal beings who guard their domain against human trespass. The keeper's logbook hints at an unseen presence, waiting patiently at the edge of perception. Could their disappearance have been a crossing of paths between the mortal and the mystical, an encounter with the intangible forces that inhabit the intersection of legend and reality? In the shadowy corridors of this mystery, the human psyche emerges as a central element, bound by the isolation that life on Island Moor demanded. The solitude of the lighthouse keepers, while offering refuge, also posed its own trials, a relentless assault upon the mind's boundaries. Their existence demanded the utmost resilience, a test of endurance that blurred the line between reality and illusion. Could the silence of the island have fed their fears, driving a wedge between sanity and the unknown? In such precarious isolation, the mind becomes both a refuge and a realm where phantoms of one's own creation thrive. Life at the lighthouse forged a connection between the individual and the collective consciousness, a tapestry of shared experiences woven by those who toiled shoulder to shoulder. In this crucible of existence, shared fears may have grown, amplifying individual concerns into a communal unease. The dynamics of their environment, shaped by reliance on one another and a shared reality, may hold the key to understanding the mystery. Darkness and silence could have transformed one man's dreams into another's waking terror, entwining them in an emotional landscape that defies singular interpretation. Amidst these possibilities, the sea herself stands as both antagonist and witness, a force beyond comprehension that humbles the bravest of souls. The volatile weather and unpredictable temperament of the sea wrote its own chapter in the narrative, crafting a backdrop where unpredictability and nature's might conspired against humanity. The sea, with its rhythm of waves and whispers of the deep, embraced the keepers, offering both peril and beauty. It is a reminder of the forces that lie beyond human reach, a testament to nature's resolve that challenges our understanding and inspires awe. Within the lighthouse, the logbook remains a silent witness, a repository of memories, thoughts, and actions etched in ink. It bridges the mundane with the extraordinary, documenting a journey from routine tasks to cryptic observations. The power of the log lies in what it leaves unsaid, in the emptiness of its final pages that invites the imagination to fill the void with visions and possibilities. The lines written by the keepers become whispers of the past, an intricate dance between truth and the unknown. For generations, this mystery has woven itself into the cultural tapestry, leaving its mark on art, song, and collective memory. It has inspired artists and storytellers who explore the philosophical connotations of the disappearances, delving into themes of longing, peril, and divine introspection. The story of the vanished keepers transcends time and space, bridging the mundane with the mystical to create a narrative that resonates with the human spirit. In modern times, as technology evolves and scholarship advances, new interpretations of the Flannan Isles mystery emerge. Our collective desire for understanding continues to blend antiquity with contemporary thought, examining the interplay between isolation, duty, and the forces beyond comprehension. With weather patterns re-examined, simulations employed, and historical accounts analyzed, scientists seek to bring light to this tale. Yet, for all our progress, the essence of the mystery remains unchanged, a symbol of the unanswerable questions that animate the universe, a mirror reflecting humanity's eternal quest for knowledge and understanding. And so the Flannan Isles disappearance endures, an exquisite reminder of life's magical uncertainties and the infinite dance between what is known and what remains forever concealed. In our quest for answers, we revel in the beauty of questions that guide us toward greater understanding, forming links that span both the temporal and the eternal. The legacy of this tale is not merely in its enigmatic silence, but in the perpetual spark it ignites within those who dare to dream beyond the apparent boundaries of existence. As we drift away from the shores of Island Moor, the sea's whispers follow, echoing the timeless embrace of mystery's call and our ceaseless journey into the vast, uncharted realms of the unknown. Nestled upon a solitary outcropping in the tumultuous embrace of the Pacific Ocean stands Tillamook Rock Lighthouse, affectionately named Terrible Tilly by those who understand the duality of its character, a beacon of safety for seafarers, yet a symbol of solitary despair for its keepers. Constructed against the relentless surge of wind and wave in 1880, it offers scant refuge to those who tend its light, isolated on its rocky perch a mile from the Oregon coast. This forsaken sentinel, perpetually at war with nature, has carved its presence into local lore with tales that straddle the line between myth and reality, as mysterious as the swells that lurch against its foundations. The construction of such a formidable bastion was no mere feat of human engineering. Its very location made it nearly unreachable, an impenetrable fortress sculpted by the relentless chiseling of waves. To build on Tillamook Rock was to battle natural forces that seemed determined to repel human endeavor. The crews who braved these elements faced not only physical obstacles, but the whispers of their own fears, manifesting as accidents and delays that hinted at darker forces at play. Yet, against this backdrop of adversity, the lighthouse rose, a testament to human resilience. This achievement would come, however, with a price. The spirits of those who toiled to raise it seemed to have taken residence within its stony walls, casting a perpetual shadow of unease. Life as a keeper at Tillamook was marked by a solitude as profound as the ocean's depths. The few who dared to dwell there were met with an existence punctuated by isolation, their days mirrored by the tides and their nights by the howling winds. Engulfed by the ceaseless expanse of sea, companionship became a precious rarity, a fleeting indulgence only gifted on the rare days of resupply. Conversing with fellow humans was a balm for minds fatigued by silence, a glimmer of escape from the linguistic solitude imposed by the ocean's roar. And yet, each return voyage to the mainland was a peril of its own, fraught with the same danger that defined their stay upon this stony sentinel. The tale of a certain disappearance from Tillamook Rock begins with a routine resupply, an event intended to break the monotony, but one which underscored the ever-present unpredictability of life at sea. On what seemed like a day devoid of ill portent, the boat departed calmly, its journey haloed by the gray-blue hue of the horizon. But the journey into the outside world proved to be one from which a particular keeper would never return. As time stretched beyond the anticipated return, shadows of speculation crept into the narrative. The initial assertion was simple, perhaps a boat lost, a victim to the capricious ocean. However, the reality was more elusive than it appeared. Investigations yielded nothing concrete, leaving a mystery clinging to the rock as surely as the lichens that grew upon its surface. Those left to recount the tale wove together fading memories of that fateful day, laying drapery over their unease. Sightings of peculiar lights punctuated the darkness just beyond their reach. Tales of whispered voices riding the salt-tinged breeze trailed these accounts, lurking like phantoms just out of sight. Eyewitness accounts, painted with a brush dipped in uncertainty, spoke of forms and figures appearing where there should have been none. Spirits of the sea, they said, come to fetch a forgotten debt. These testimonies, though disparate, shared a continuity that echoed through the lighthouse halls, tales recounted solemnly by those left behind to wonder, weaving rich tapestries from the remnants of human fear and mystery. Tillamook Rock carries within it a history of peculiar events materializing out of the mist, silent injuries and stranger occurrences that defy logical explanation. Mechanical anomalies and equipment failures plagued its operations, compounding the isolation with dread. Days morphed into a tableau of unease, with unknown illnesses and vivid hallucinations besieging the keepers' minds. This legacy of foreboding, a backdrop to the vanishing of a soul yet unexplained, hinted at an underlying orchestration beyond mere chance. Yet in this precarious balance of reality and rumor, the persistent suggestion remained that there existed forces on the rock, intangible yet undeniably real, sculpting the narrative into an ever-growing enigma. In exploring the final days of the lost keeper, the archives unfurl a portrait of a man on the threshold of an unseen struggle. His commitment to duty was apparent, yet hints of discord threaded through the whispers of those who observed him. Subtle withdrawals into solitude, an attraction to the horizon's edge, these nuanced shifts suggested an inner turmoil mirrored in the ocean's depthless gray. It is theorized that the solitude took its toll, fraying the fabric of his perceptions until the lines between reality and the whispered call of the sea blurred into indistinct fog. In the presiding silence, another spirit merged with Tillamook's tale, a chapter unwritten yet spoken in the rhythmic cadence of waves. The purported disappearances tied so intimately to maritime folklore, the fabric of history mingling with myth, fostering legends of ghostly vessels and enchanting sea creatures that seamlessly embraced the mystery of terrible Tilly. As generations pass, these tales, acting as cultural deities, serve not merely as cautionary entertainment, but as vessels carrying the collective attempts to frame inexplicable loss. Among the local lore, the elusive connection between spirit and sea is celebrated, transmuting loss into transformation and placing the tale of Tillamook Rock amongst those woven into the fabric of maritime legend. In the immediate aftermath of the disappearance, a chorus of inquiry sought to grasp threads of clarity in the fog of uncertainty. Thorough yet painstaking investigations ensued, search parties casting nets of inquiry across the unseen tapestry of the Pacific. Though exhaustive, efforts yielded no dividends, leaving in their wake a narrative embedded in enigma, steadfast in its refusal to unveil its truths. Despite technological limitations of the era, the dedication of those hoping to untangle the mystery was unwavering. Side by side they stood, unified by shared resolve, if not by success, paging through the solemnity of absence and a shared commitment to the search for clarity. While isolation wielded a profound physical toll, it was the silent, relentless psychological impact that many believed led to his disappearance. Swaths of solitude created mental spaces that could grapple with nothing but ocean mist and the haunting call of the lighthouse bell. Divorced from the ordinary rhythms of life, keepers often knelt before their vulnerabilities, and in such an environment, thoughts could become labyrinthine reflections. In Tillamook's microcosm, the isolation was not just a physical burden. It was a metamorphic shadow under which the psyche could shift and waver, forging pathways to despair unending. These ponderous burdens of isolation at Tillamook are not unique. Globally, lighthouses from the Flannan Isles to Cape Leeuwin reverberate with tales of keepers lost and vanished, their narratives whispering in a haunting chorus of maritime solitude. Each saga reflects commonalities of geographic isolation, operational solitude, yet resonates hauntingly with the themes that emerged from Tillamook. The global maritime narrative creates an intertextual web, illustrating these human experiences are eternal, a network of stories where landscapes and creatures alike share a kindred destiny, bound by time and place. For the investigators who delved into the heart of these mysteries, the psychological strain was as palpable as the physical search. Every piece of evidence was a weight in their hearts, every shared memory a filament in the tale's elusive tapestry. From frustration to resignation, their journeys were steeped in the same sea mist that enshrouded Tillamook, their hearts hauntingly tethered to a mystery forever beyond reach. Yet, their efforts underpin the essential human desire to peer through the mist, seeking semblances of truth within uncertainty and hope within the quiet hum of disquietude. In recent years, technological advancements have spurred renewed attempts to unravel Tillamook's secrets from beneath the ocean's surface. Modern innovations allow for explorations deeper and farther than ever imagined, casting light into watery depths resigned to shadow and time. Yet, while new methods arise, pressing irretrievably forward, we must approach with tempered curiosity and reverence, for Tillamook remains a keeper of its myths, a place where histories are gently cradled within the ocean's hold, her secrets wrapped in a mantle of possibility known to the tides alone. As pilgrims revisit Tillamook's stoic rock, they do so in reverence and remembrance, stitching themselves into the lighthouse's enduring story. Each visit echoes through time, a solemn dance with remembrance and discovery played out upon the stone's cold expanse. Here, lives once dedicated to its light are celebrated, their stories honored yet unwritten, serving as a cautionary beacon through turbulent waters. Tillamook becomes far more than a lighthouse. It is a shared testament to maritime endurance and the human heart's ceaseless journey towards the horizon. Modern media, too, has played a significant role in ensuring Tillamook remains etched in the collective psyche. Documentaries and literature breathe fresh air into an old tale, mingling fact and fiction in a narrative as compelling as the rock upon which the lighthouse is carved. Yet, with every interpretation presented to a new audience, caution is urged. Some lines are blurred, and what was sacred lore might become embellished legend. As Tillamook's tale navigates across cultures and media landscapes, its mystery remains a beacon of man's perpetual quest to explore, to discover, and to understand. Amidst art and literature, Tillamook's haunting stories offer rich, haunting narratives, a canvas painted with the spectrum of human disaster and resilience. Through illustration, prose, and song, artists capture the lighthouse's indelible presence, translating the abstract into the tangible, offering a lens through which we may try to understand its hidden depths. In these creative spaces, Tillamook's saga is forever preserved, granting new life to old stories, stories that continue to inspire those who wander beneath its watchful gaze. Even the tools of the paranormal have found their way into Tillamook's narrative, with eager seekers probing its essence beyond what is seen, and perhaps leaning into what may be felt or intuited. Technology designed to pinpoint the unseen has contributed to the mystery, framing it within the context of ghostly realms and unseen energies, a realm where light meters dance to the rhythm of etheric undertakings. Beyond that realm lies spiritual meditation, atmospheres rich with historical echoes offering resonance, tracing lines between the submerged realities and emergent consciousness of those who shepherd Tillamook's mysteries. Such narratives cast Tillamook into the realm of legendary ghost tales, where spectral forms and inexplicable echoes hold court within its corridors. Visitors weave their own chronicles, instilling life into the stories that predate their arrivals, stories where the spirits of lost keepers continue to oversee the seas. Here, the lighthouse transforms from a mere structure into a living myth, knitted into every passing tide's movement, conjuring imagery that lends itself to whispers that stretch far along shadows cast by terrible Tilly. Even as automation advances and human presence dwindles, Tillamook Rock's enduring legacy remains a lighthouse, illuminating not just the physical, but the emotional and historical depths of those drawn into its orbit. Here, history meets legend, reality caresses myth, and within this dance, Tillamook stands grounded and unwavering in its place on the horizon. As a lighthouse still, it represents not just the confluence of past and present, but the eternal journey of collective storytelling woven on azure looms, offering glimpses of the serenity found in the acceptance of uncertainty. Ultimately, the narrative that spirals around Tillamook Rock is a dance with ambiguity, inviting us to accept its secrets cloaked in time and tide. Here, truth lives softly upon the whispers of ghostly waves, gently reminding us of the vast unknown churning beneath the surface. As we peer into the depths, the lighthouse continues its call, beckoning a shared pilgrimage toward understanding, guiding us onto paths strewn with deep reflection and the beauty of enduring mystery. The Cape Hatteras Lighthouse rises commandingly against the horizon, its iconic black and white spiral stripes counterpointing the boundless ocean. Nestled on the wind-swept outer banks of North Carolina, it stands as a sentinel guiding ships safely through the treacherous waters known as the Graveyard of the Atlantic. Its robust beam cuts through the fog and tempestuous storms, safeguarding sailors from the shoals that lie hidden beneath the waves. Yet the lighthouse does not merely oversee the safe passage of vessels. It harbors whispers of mysteries as deep and untamed as the ocean it watches over. Among those who have kept vigil beneath its tower was Elijah Burris, a steadfast beacon in his own right. Known for his dedication and meticulous nature, Burris ensured that ships navigated the shoals with safety. His disappearance in 1903 is both a tragedy and an enigma, woven into the tapestry of lore that surrounds Cape Hatteras. On a day marked by calm and serenity, as the lighthouse rose above the sea in timeless majesty, the quiet began to hum with an undercurrent of mystery that would forever shift its narrative. Burris was a man whose life revolved around the rhythm of crashing waves and the comforting rotations of the lighthouse beam. Born into a maritime culture, he embraced the isolation the lighthouse demanded, finding solace in routine and a deeper purpose within his duties. His commitment to guiding ships through perilous waters was well respected among his colleagues and locals, for whom his sudden disappearance would seem unthinkable. That he could simply vanish left behind a void filled with questions, a ghostly presence enshrined within the lighthouse's walls. The day Burris disappeared was notably uneventful. There were no storms, no ominous forewarnings. Yet, when his shift ended, he was nowhere to be found. It was as if the sea had swallowed him whole without a sound or trace. Searches were conducted, with ships scouring the ocean and footprints tracing the sands, but all led to the same frustrating dead end. Speculation abounded, some suggesting an accident, others picturing Burris enthralled by the sea's inexplicable allure. The absence of answers left a shadowy imprint on the lighthouse, echoing through time and intertwining with local legends. This mystery adorned the tapestry of maritime lore, mingling seamlessly with the ghostly narratives of shipwrecked mariners and spectral warnings of impending storms. In a landscape rich with nautical mythology, Burris's disappearance became another tale whispered across dunes like fine mist. Storytellers added depth and intrigue, crafting a narrative that skirted the line between reality and spectral suspense. Was Burris drawn by phantom whispers to an otherworldly realm where he tended to ghostly ships? Or did he succumb to the sirens' calls, vanishing beneath the waves without a trace? Among his fellow keepers, theories varied. Some, understanding the hazards of maritime life, pictured a mundane yet tragic accident. Others, attuned to the ethereal folklore of lighthouse existence, entertained notions of maritime spirits. They spoke of unseen currents and ethereal whispers, influences beyond mere superstition. Within their community, Burris's spirit blended into a shared mythology that reflected both human imagination and the mysteries of their isolated surroundings. Isolation was an undeniable companion to lighthouse life, threading its delicate balance between the strength of human spirit and the whimsy of solitude. For Burris, the relentless surge of the Atlantic, constant and unwavering, may have borne an irresistible lure. The echoes of his disappearance resonated with the theme of loneliness, questioning whether unseen forces within him led to his vanishing act. Yet the lure of the sea, that vast, impenetrable mystery, offered its seduction, its fathomless depths hiding secrets and sacred energies acquainted only to those who dwelt by its shores. Burris's journal, a meticulous record of his watchful duties and quiet reflections, illuminated the contours of his mind leading up to his disappearance. His notes revealed growing unease, an impulse to venture beyond safety without storms or warnings, suggesting intuition or an inner calling. His final entries remain a haunting echo of restless thought, a hint of the indescribable presence stirring in the air around him. As his words etched a poignant truth within the lighthouse, they whispered a mystery unresolved, a testament to the complexities of a keeper's life at the edge of reality. With the discovery of securely fastened doors, the scene was set for speculation. Did Burris return in spirit, ensuring final closure in duty? Did the habit of caution guide his actions before stepping out into eternity? Or was the lighthouse itself a silent witness to a greater truth? This detail offered a touch of intrigue to his tale, weaving the essence of his mystery tightly within the architecture of Cape Hatteras itself, where the unknown dances with the mundane, where questions linger without resolution. The belief in oceanic spirits is rooted in a timeless view cherished by coastal dwellers. The notion that entities haunt the sea paints Burris's departure as a spiritual passage. Perhaps a maritime spirit led him away, removing him from the vignette of his known world. Within this spiritual framework, Burris's last steps become an evocation of communion with oceanic consciousness, a crossing over, not into oblivion, but into a realm where earthly bounds and ethereal mysteries intermingle. The shores, a haunting canvas of mythic potential, whispered spectral stories long before Burris joined their resonance. Phantom ships sailed under distant stars, shadowy silhouettes walked deserted beaches, and ethereal voices drifted with the breeze. His disappearance imbued this haunted landscape with a new chapter, a new strand added to the ghostly narrative to be shared by moonlit beaches and salt-laden winds. In its folds, the story of Elijah Burris remains a spectral saga, perpetually caught between earthly shadows and stellar glimmers. His fate, an enigma as enduring as the lighthouse itself, continues to tantalize and mystify. Within the hearts of lighthouse keepers and maritime historians, possibilities swirl. Was he claimed by shifting sands, overtaken by an unwelcome wave, or called into the ether by shadows of elements unseen? His fate is an eternal cipher, a spectral reverie woven into each story the waves tell the shore. For those who followed in his wake, Burris's legacy is both cautionary and reverent, reminding each keeper of the sea's irresistible call. His story exists alongside Cape Hatteris's luminous cycle, casting an ever-present shadow across its vigilant light. His narrative plays on, a story unending in its invitation to delve deeper into tides of mystery, breaching the seam of lore and tangible history alike. He and his lighthouse stand as symbols of both safety and solitude, their combined existence an embodiment of human struggle where steadfastness battles isolation and duty stands against the pull of detachment. Elijah Burris disappears at this intersection where loneliness meets duty, and his mystery becomes a poignant reminder of our frail humanity faced by the weight of solitude's compelling whisper. Each keeper is a custodian of both illumination and solitude, a guardian in a lineage reaching backward. Elijah Burris remains part of their woven tapestry, contributing his story to a history as storied as the tempests that strike its waves, a history crafted in shadows that fade eternally into the revolving light. Cape Hatteris's legacy is defined not only by navigational precision, but by the mystery's harrowing grip, a contemplation of humanity's limits against caprices, whether elemental or spectral. As the years slip by, Burris's echo continues to lure questions into the deep. How could one so present simply cease? What truths envelope his fate, and like poignant currents guide all who follow his seaward gaze? The human desire for understanding collides with the incongruity of routine interrupted by the mysterious. The lighthouse, a sentinel of unknowns, beckons in its own search for truth. Burris's story, guided yet unsolved, shines as a constant amidst the flux, a light casting its own course through the vast uncertainty. The enchantment along the Outer Banks is not singular, but a multifaceted symphony composed of unknowable tales repeating in nature's rhythm. The breakers rise and recede, unveiling little beyond whispered secrets from deep time. The ocean's beauty lies deeper than aesthetic shores, revealing mythic riptides that reshape our understanding of reality. Here, lighthouses stand as beacons shedding light on the ceaseless march, serving as repositories to stories such as Burris's, merging profound depth with the surface's serene allure. The tale of the keeper's ghost flits through maritime folklore, joining a pantheon of shadowy presences. His absence transforms into a keeper's ghost story drifting through memories, echoing coastal sands, and collapsing time into a continuum beyond reach. New interpretations emerge from this spectral waltz, setting Burris adrift in the annals of myth and subsequently reclaimed by those who dwell among lighthouse lore. This tale between shore and stars reflects the merging of land and sky, cosmic choreography entwining with the ethereal seascape. Celestial bodies mirror Burris's maritime existence, blending oceanic restlessness with vast cosmic influence. The lighthouse's scene resonates with celestial energy, the lunar rhythms shaping waters, melding with the ageless cosmic dance. Burris remains part of the universal symphony, mirrored as constellations draw their eternal patterns. Between shores and stars lies the essence of this relentless query, a transcendent dance connecting seafarers to cosmic wanderers within human reflection. Standing between varying realms, the lighthouse stands not as a boundary, but as a fulcrum blending land with sea, the celestial with earthly presence. Elijah Burris is enshrined as a guardian of this union. The space between coastline and vast water becomes a sanctuary beyond the temporal bounds, where stories continue to unfold, casting strands into realms we may never entirely comprehend. With rich maritime history wrapping around our collective memory, Burris's narrative serves as both puzzle and symbol, an enduring bond within a sea-woven lineage. His presence lingers, joining echoes beneath waves, entwined in the memory pool adorning Cape Hatteras Light, a place where whispers of shadow and brightness eternally intersect. As his story persists, held aloft by those following luminous paths, it serves both as a cautionary tale and a sacred memento of a legacy adrift on timeless seas. Seguin Island stands as a solitary bastion against the relentless embrace of the Atlantic Ocean, a rugged sentinel perched amidst the waters off Maine's coast. The lighthouse, established in 1795, is one of America's most ancient beacons, a monument of stone veiled in whispers and shrouded in legend. As the mist drapes over this maritime outpost, the air trembles with tales yet untold, and it seems time itself bends to weave stories into the very fabric of the island's being. Seguin Island embodies an aura that both attracts and warns, captivating all who venture to its shores. Curious travelers and believers in the uncanny often find themselves drawn to the island's mysterious embrace, their imaginations ignited by stories of spectral visitations and shadowy apparitions. There exists a tale of madness and isolation intertwined with the quaint serenity of the island, a tale whispered by the winds and imprinted upon the stones. What is it about this lone lighthouse that nurtures such rich mythology? Perhaps it is the sense of otherness derived from isolation, the ceaseless roar of the ocean conjuring phantoms of the mind, or the spiritual resonance of a place where time and nature conspire to blur the line between reality and legend. Among the many tales birthed by Seguin, none capture imagination more than that of the phantom piano, its ghostly strains an eternal symphony to ears forewarned of its tune. It is said that a keeper in the 1800s procured a piano, hoping its melodies might stave off the crushing solitude of island life. Yet, as days waned into weeks, and the ocean's rhythms matched his own, the music turned on him. The incessantly repeated notes mirrored the keeper's descent into madness, a chilling harmony that drove him to a desperate act. In a fit of delirium, he destroyed the instrument with an axe, yet the music, as if conjured by the island's very soul, continued to haunt the lighthouse. To this day, the eerie notes of that piano dance on the winds. They are phantoms of sound, a lament of solitude eternalized upon the sea breeze. Life as a lighthouse keeper is one of inherent solitude, an existence balanced on the precipice between light and isolation. For the keepers of Seguin Island, the solitude is doubled by the unyielding natural elements, each gust of wind a whisper in the ear of sanity. Isolation is not merely physical, it seeps into the mind, a slow unraveling of reality where phantoms merge with the living, where the imagination becomes a realm both vivid and treacherous. The isolation at Seguin is a paradox, It shields from the world of men, but invites one to explore the realm within. In the annals of Seguin's history lies the poignant tale of a keeper's inexplicable disappearance, a chapter that continues to perplex and enchant all who hear it. The transition of keepers, typically a routine occurrence, became an inexplicable mystery when a keeper simply vanished one day. The beacon remained, steadfast and unerring, yet no trace of the keeper could be found. His belongings sat undisturbed, his duties left incomplete, save for the ceaseless turning of the lamp that kept vigil in his absence. His family, flanked by disbelief, insisted his mind had been sound, yet the island's unanswered call of solitude echoed deep within him, undiscovered, hidden like a whisper swallowed by the sea. As he vanished into the mists of history, one word was etched alongside his name in the records: lost. His story is one of many that has embroiled Seguin's legacy in a shroud of uncertainty, a testament to the psychological weight borne by those who answer the calling of the light. The disappearance sparkles in the collective memory of the community, lingering in the psyche of seamen and storytellers alike, a mystery that dissolves into another when touched. In the lighthouse's logbooks, keepers' words paint an evocative portrait of a mind burdened by isolation's weight, and their entries are monuments to both resilience and unraveling. One entry in particular, its script disjointed and erratic, offers a silent lament, a cry for understanding from the fringes of human fortitude. The page bears more than disassembled sentences. It speaks of the scribbler's waning reality. In these scrawled lines lies a narrative, a story layered in complexities and shadows, a reflection of the keeper's own descent into a world unseen by those who dwell within the bounds of reason. The logbook resonates as a testament to the invisible battles waged within the lighthouse's stone embrace, silent cries echoing long after they have been written. To this day, Seguin Island remains a conjurer of phantoms, its rocky shores a conduit for spectral experiences that transcend time. Visitors and temporary keepers, sheltered by modern comforts yet no less susceptible to the island's mystique, recount chilling encounters, whispers like echoes in the wind, shadows that skitter along walls, notes that linger like ghosts revisiting familiar haunts. Thus, the present intertwines with the past, each story a thread that adds to the latticework of Seguin's haunted history. It is here, standing on stone steps worn by centuries of men who looked to the sea's horizon for solace, that one steps between worlds, guided by voices of the unseen who call this island home. Beyond the physical boundaries of stone and sea lies the specter of a long-gone keeper, an apparition that paces its rounded path upon the island's tempestuous cliffs. Those who chance upon this enigmatic figure see vintage garb and somber demeanor, its gaze endlessly caught in fascination or sorrow towards the sea. A keeper, perhaps, duty-bound to eternity, or a specter spawned from the legends of the island itself, the apparition imprints an eerie melancholy upon all who bear witness, the chill of recognition and remembrance seeping into their bones. Seguin Island's tales speak of madness and melancholy, characteristics of the isolation that shapes each resident in its own image. The lighthouse keeper's existence, dictated by cycles of light and darkness, embraces solitude as a companion. The rhythm of waves and winds writes the days, each completed cycle a reaffirmation of the spirit's fortitude against the elements' incessant calls. This life demands a watchful eye and an open heart, inviting solitude as guardian and guide. The disparity between tranquil isolation and solitude-induced madness is fine. a delicate balance sustained by those charged with manning the light. Throughout history, keepers have braved isolation's formidable presence, only to fall prey to the void within those empty walls that echoes with their footsteps. So Seguin's lore unfolds as a cautionary tale, reinforcing the age-old narrative found throughout lighthouse history. That this duty requires a resilience that few possess, a challenge testing the boundaries of humanity's endurance when faced with emptiness and the unknown. Beneath Seguin Island's rocky facade, an array of stories and spirits linger, populating its halls and rooms with the echoes of yore. Legends tell of keepers and lost seafarers whose impressions remain scored into the stone, whispering from the shadows to those who dare to listen. These stories are not wrought as mere horror, to inspire fear, but as reminders of the human spirit's depth, of the connections we share with spaces shaped by those who preceded us, an understanding that echoes within the tacit trust between the physical and metaphysical world. Whether through the keening wind or actual encounters, the veil between the tangible and ethereal is thin on Seguin, allowing those inclined to glimpse spirits wandering the island. Skeptics may dismiss such sightings as fanciful constructs, yet the hoary walls and the perpetual waves hold centuries of whispered histories, bridging stated reality with unspoken truths carried through the ages. Such stories, including visionaries witnessing phantoms standing in the echoes of their own time, marry life with the spiritual as both sides reach beyond themselves, searching for kinship amid solitude's cradle. Seguin's coastline, a theater for tales of unseen presences and murmurings of the deep, holds narratives that span the depths of the sea and humanity alike. The ocean cradles life's duality, offering mystery and salvation in equal measure. Its sweeping expanse remains an enigmatic teacher, invoking respect and myth, inspiring tales of sailors' sagas and unseen craft swaying into view, tangible one moment, intangible the next. These seaborne mysteries wash over Seguin like relentless tides, instilling awe and fear as they reshape the stories that float upon their surface. Within Seguin Island's stone tower, the alignment of man and nature unfolds, a saga of survival amidst the harsh seas. The lighthouse stands as both protector and testament, a relic that shines the light of civilization upon the unexplored fringes of the mapped world. Its incarnation as a beacon of hope is a testament to determination, the struggle to translate calm from chaos and endurance from the trials of a life alone with the horizon. Here, the narrative of diligent souls tasked with taming dark waters echoes strong, a metaphor for human perseverance. For Seguin Island is not merely an outpost of isolation, but a microcosm of life's cyclical dance, interwoven with the elements and harmonized to their undulating cadence. Within its timeless realms, truths emerge, the dance of man, nature, and spirit entwining into insight, offering understanding amid rolling fog and timeless waves. This is where past improvisations meld myth into life's narrowing slits of light, their faded echoes unfolding reflected within the shadows upon the stone floor where once lonely feet tread. Seguin's whispered stories of the paranormal filter through its maritime origins from vessels long unraveled by the passage of years. These stories are vessels themselves. Ghostly apparitions distill narratives of leakage and silence between the weathered tales of history. In far-flung corners, shades of mariners arise from oblivion, murmuring of past encounters that bind within our stories, and wonder these shadowed crossings over our narratives, and the celestial alone. Seguin's lighthouse, then, becomes a bridge to a once breathing world, its lingering songs murmured low amidst echoing winds that wrap solitude's garment tighter. Each voice tells of Seguin's enduring life, echoing fractured memories mingled together, ageless and wrapped within the threads of the keeper's story. Their ethereal presence lends permanence to those forgotten, integrating into the lighthouse lore as guardians within its endless passage. Among the spirits walking its floors, and observers of years drifted by become one with the ageless narrative of Seguin's light. Forever a keeper to shipwrecked navigators upon dark moons dripping their shadows unseen. Seguin Island, with all of its mysterious allure, manifests as a space where solitude is its own companion, with the sea folding arms of harmony when isolation shrinks into the shadows cast by its eternal light. For those stationed here, the lighthouse serves as the clasp between rock and thought, intertwining the existence of water and light. The sea remains a steadfast chronicler, echoing forgotten voices alongside its pulsating rhythm, presenting an inheritance wrapped in wonderment and reflection. Seafarers find themselves marching through the tales and mysteries, guided by Seguin's illuminating gaze. Each encountered sailor's story converges with the next, forming a web of narratives that keep the island enshrined on the map of maritime legend. Beneath the comforting beam lies countless phantasms etched deeply in every magical transaction between light and sea, reverberating through the lighthouse as the most profound manifestations of history. Thus, Seguin sustains its role as the resting place of these vast mysteries, bathed in a continuous echo of enchanting light. Stannard Rock Light, heralded as America's loneliest lighthouse, stands alone amidst the vast stretches of Lake Superior, far removed from the reach of mainland embrace. Built in 1883, this lighthouse emerges as a solitary beacon, guiding vessels through waters whose surfaces trace the skies. Its isolation imparts a haunting allure, a monument draped in shadows, whispering of secrets untold and enigmas unsolved. The stone edifice, worn by the centuries, stoically guards its mysteries, the tales of those who once arrived, yet perhaps never seemed to leave, slipping through the sieve of reality into the unknown. Within its eerie solitude lies the chilling story of a keeper who once occupied its lonely post, but found himself lost to the hidden folds of time and lake. This chapter unfurls the spectral essence of Stannard Rock, while pondering the psychological weight that hangs heavily on those called to endure its chilling separation. Here, the darkness of the human psyche is mirrored in the endless horizons, brooding in the silences between the ceaseless machinery and the hum of the light, harbored like ghosts negotiating the spaces within the keeper's mind. The oppressive solitude at Stannard Rock is more than a simple setting. It becomes a palpable antagonist in the story. For those stationed here, days drift painfully into obscurity. Alone, amidst the watery expanse, the lighthouse keepers face a grand trial, the isolation a crucible, forging endurance from the pure steel of the human spirit. Timelessness grips the watchful souls as days fade seamlessly into nights, orchestrated by the rhythmic turning of the lighthouse mechanism, a melody accompanying their solitary vigil. Historical accounts of the psychological toll of prolonged solitude present a stark image of mental strain. Imagination morphs sounds into whispers, dances shadows into tangible form. The boundaries between reality and fantasy waver, colored by the burden of seclusion, augmenting the gravity of any mysterious circumstances that dare to stain the pages of the logbooks. An existence defined by repetition and vigilance, each line scribbled into record a glimpse into a keeper's internal world, a mirror to their contemplative struggle. As legend recounts, one particular keeper's tale began to fray as isolation deepened its hold. His notations, daily testimonies to the unyielding wind and the oppressive quiet, revealed an eroding mental landscape where spirits lingered and nightly shadows grew strange and foreboding. His writings spoke of dialogues with those absent, specters conversing through the ethereal medium of ink and paper. These entries, reflections of a deteriorating psyche, suggested that his mind walked precariously alongside darker themes until, at last, the eerie preamble to his disappearance was realized. On the eve of his vanishing, a mysterious storm brewed, not above Lake Superior's horizon, but ominously within the keeper's soul. The meticulous routine documented in the lighthouse logs persisted, yet was imbued with an unsettling premonition. By morning, the scene that greeted those arriving for the changeover was one of eerie stillness. The lighthouse remained operational, a silent sentinel over the lake, yet spoke of a hasty departure. An urgent absence echoed through its halls, a scene of orderly disarray hinting at a despair driven beyond comprehensible thresholds. Searches commenced with fervor, yet neither trace nor clue emerged to speak the story of his fate, as if summoned deeper into the elemental essence of the landscape itself. This event wove the keeper into the lighthouse's very architecture, a spectral presence on the wind, a part of the lonelier night hours, an enduring question haunting the waterscape. To serve as a lighthouse keeper is not merely a profession, but a journey through the labyrinth of human introspection. Records over time illustrate how isolation gnaws at the edges of mental health, with Stannard Rock serving as a formidable testament. The keeper's confrontation is not only with the mechanics of light, but the shadows of solitude and fear, their resilience sculpted by the vast solitude that engulfs them. Perspectives suggest that beyond isolation's mundane, the anomaly of time might unravel some of Stannard Rock's mysteries. Concepts of temporal disjunction whisper through the ether, suggesting ley lines or energy vortices disturb time here. For those who mysteriously vanished, such theories offer narratives that speak of crossing thresholds, passageways where past, present, and future merge, creating enigmatic landscapes where they may have inadvertently wandered beyond time's ordinary bounds. In such a setting, the keeper may unknowingly have stepped into another temporal rhythm, one existing paralleled yet apart from our own. Stannard Rock, thus, becomes a portal, not merely swathed in loneliness, but rippling with cosmic currents where lost souls might tread in realms beyond our perception. Within Lake Superior's vast embrace, the lighthouse amplifies the spectacle of natural forces. A fugue of air and water colludes to unleash tempests that obscure and disrupt, reflecting an unpredictable extremity where separation from broader reality seems imminent. Weather, perhaps unusual or acute, could have played a spectral role. The lake's fury whispered through the lines of meteorological oddity. Possession by nature's wildness yields its own hypnotic grasp on perception, potentially pushing decisions beyond the normal grasp of reason. Embedded within Stannard Rock's alluring tragedy is a meditative reflection on human frailty, a mirror to our smallness against the spans of history, time, and uncharted realms. The persistent silence within these lighthouse walls highlights humankind's quest for meaning, edged by a readiness to touch the cosmic unknown. The narrative is not one of triumph over nature, but rather a reflection of shared mysteries, provoking existential wonder at what rests within, far from the known shores. The tale of Stannard Rock continues to captivate contemporary minds, drawing lighthouse scholars and seekers with its enigmatic call. They explore these windswept forms not out of morbid curiosity, but to engage with human stories brimming with courage, solitary resolve, and the persistent lure of the unexplained. Patrons of history sojourn these spaces, interpreting the silence in pursuit of understanding the human psyche. The valiant yet shadowed journeys guarded within each scripted line of a keeper's log. Lake Superior has long been enshrined in metaphysical wonder, a celestial being where nature cultivates mysticism. Legends and lore intermingle with ideas of distant dimensions and energies aligning, with Stannard Rock at the center, whispering provocations of a place undeniably tied to universal mysteries. To those who ponder such metaphors, the lighthouse is a symbolic nexus, an ancient energy node harmonizing natural resonance with metaphysical speculation. In historical context, Stannard Rock emerges resilient against tumultuous waves, a sentinel of safety fostered by the fortitude of its keepers. Tales of storms weathered and lights maintained boast the lighthouse as both a protective guide and a moniker of human endurance, while its stories of disappearances lend gravity to its increasingly spectral identity. An enduring monument where human history is etched against spectral horizons. The vanished keeper's legacy stands interrupted, a testimony to commitment intersected by mysterious silence. Such events accentuate the questions that lie at the heart of human narratives, challenges of understanding the dedication lost amidst the chaos of nature and unexplored corridors of the mind. The keeper serves as both symbol and enigma, one whose presence whispers against the incessant beat of waves, navigating between tangible worlds and shadowed realms. Metaphorically, lighthouses project the intersection of solitude and humanity's innate aspirations. These structures encapsulate isolation's paradox. They embrace the urge to connect, yet stand apart as beacons in the expanse. Stannard Rock personifies this dichotomy, where isolation births contemplative awareness and light becomes a vessel guiding solace amidst solitude. Standing, the lighthouse embodies a guide, its purpose and role defined by duality. It navigates lonely waters while existing isolated from broader contact, projecting light as a bridge between humanity's known exploration and the mysteries of untraveled realms. Each keeper, part of a legacy both beautiful and melancholy, voices unspoken yearnings across senses barely tangible. Time's embrace imperceptibly interlaces with the granite edifice. Keepers become echoes in rippling annals, their vigil a testament to eternality across perpetual lakescape changes. As they vanish, their presence melds with the essence of light they maintained, a reminder of temporality threading through human endeavors, a whisper amid the rustle of leaves and water. Stannard Rock, a living monument more architectural than temporal, steadfastly asserts its stories of perseverance, solitude, and mystery. Beyond stone and oil, it represents the quintessential human endeavor, our encounter with nature's capriciousness and resilience against its burdens. The unseen paths tread by those caught between annals and whispers guide the narrative and extend the contemplation of what lies amid these watery domains. Here, the mystique of keepers transcending into time's haunting embrace emerges through the electric pulse of fog-bound beams, a reminder of the delicate dance between past presence and enduring absence, where air and water whisper eternal stories of the infinite journey. In the midst of Cornwall's tempestuous seas lies Wolf Rock Lighthouse, a solitary sentinel rising defiantly from the ocean's depths. Constructed to guide vessels safely past the treacherous rocks lurking beneath the surface, this lighthouse stands as a testament to human fortitude against the formidable forces of nature. The history of Wolf Rock is a tapestry of maritime adventures and daring rescues, a narrative woven into the pursuit of safe passage across the indifferent ocean. Yet, beneath the surface of its utilitarian purpose, this lighthouse harbors secrets within its granite walls, secrets that resonate with echoes of stories both real and ethereal. Wolf Rock is more than a beacon. It is a keeper of legends where reality and folklore intertwine. Here, isolation melds with mystery, and as one stands at its threshold, the boundary separating the tangible from the spectral becomes porous. In this space, facts and myths dance together, revealing how Wolf Rock has become a compelling emblem of enigmatic maritime history. Our journey into this tale begins with the life of William Jones, a lighthouse keeper who embraced his role with a solemn sense of duty. He knew well the demands and hazards of his occupation at Wolf Rock, a solitary outpost besieged by the harsh elements. Jones, like others who maintained these watchful beacons, embodied the profound responsibility associated with safeguarding lives against the merciless grip of the sea. But in 1898, Jones's life became entwined with the mysterious currents of Wolf Rock, when he was found dead under circumstances as puzzling as the sea itself. His lifeless body bore signs of head trauma, yet no clue of foul play or struggle emerged from the depths of investigation. This puzzle perplexed his peers and cast a shadow of speculation over the wider lighthouse community, creating a void of understanding as profound as the ocean surrounding them. The early accounts of Jones's demise resemble scattered pieces of a puzzle lost in the fog of disinterest and conjecture, setting the stage for an unraveling of events leading to that fateful day. To comprehend the mysterious circumstances surrounding Jones's death, one must delve into the historical tapestry of the late 19th century, when lighthouse keepers were woven into the very fabric of society's guardianship over maritime boundaries. This era was one of significant maritime advancement, yet fraught with peril, especially for those charged with holding the line between land and sea. Keepers like Jones were custodians, ensuring commerce and communication prevailed amidst challenges set by the ocean. Amidst the solitude, the life of a lighthouse keeper was interwoven with shifts in technology and societal change. The transition from rudimentary oil lamps to more sophisticated lighting systems transformed their obligations, reflecting the complex context in which Jones lived and perished. This backdrop offers invaluable insights into the pressures and expectations placed upon keepers, grounding our exploration in the stark realities of their noble profession. William Jones was not alone at Wolf Rock. Alongside him were two other keepers whose accounts provide sketches, albeit incomplete, of the mystery surrounding his death. Their testimonies recount Jones's final days, painting glimpses of his behavior and the solitude absorbed by these men in the constant companionship of the sea. On the surface, no anomalies were reported leading to his demise, yet within their narratives lie contradictions and gaps, whisperings of unnamed tensions. These narratives form a latticework through which we attempt to discern the truth. Was there something overlooked, or were they unwitting actors in a drama orchestrated by unseen forces? The isolation imposed by the lighthouse, sustained over time, may have sculpted their experiences, turning camaraderie into enigma. In the vast silence between the sentences, we begin to consider whether this isolation subtly unraveled the minds of its keepers. The inherent solitude of the lighthouse keeper can be a formidable specter, imposing a significant burden upon the human psyche. At Wolf Rock, Jones and his peers were not merely tasked with the care of the structure. They were enveloped by the unrelenting rhythm of the ocean, an eternal presence ingrained within their souls. Here, our exploration shifts inward, probing how the profound separation from society might illuminate what fate befell Jones. Could his untimely death reflect a creeping madness, a shadow infiltrating the fringes of awareness that comes from such profound isolation? The confines of Wolf Rock demanded fortitude, yet even the most resilient may falter under sustained psychological pressure. By understanding these nuanced psychological implications, we open avenues to why lighthouse keepers seem ensnared in a web of mysterious tragedies. Yet, as we delve deeper into this story, the sea, ancient, vast, and relentless, emerges as a character in its own right. It shapes life and death alike, its power both ally and adversary to those who make their home within its embrace. The ocean's unpredictability mirrors their lives, a constant fury that reflects upon those who dwell at its edges. Against this backdrop, we question if an accidental fall caused by the unforgiving conditions of the sea could account for Jones's demise. Was the sea the unseen hand accountable for his end? A silent witness to a fateful mishap on the slippery stones of Wolf Rock? Without concrete evidence, Jones's mysterious death leaves ample room for speculations and theories that have imbued the history of Wolf Rock with intrigue. Starting from the logical and meandering towards the more outlandish, the theories propose both human and structural contributors to his death. Was his fate orchestrated, deliberately designed by another's hand? Or did hidden flaws within the lighthouse itself conspire against him? Within these conjectures lies a complex interplay of human emotions, environmental factors, and the never-ending quest for understanding. Though definitive conclusions elude us, the exploration itself sheds light upon the human condition, seeking meaning against a backdrop of uncertainty. Beyond the speculation, the architecture of Wolf Rock emerges as an enigma unto itself, a structure resilient against the Atlantic's wrath, yet imbued with the tales of those who called it home. The lighthouse, with its swirling staircases and the vantage over an indifferent sea, becomes a symbol in our narrative. Every stone whispers secrets, inviting us to ponder the impacts of design upon the human spirit. Could it be that the very structure of Wolf Rock contributed to the strains felt by its keepers? Or were there hidden facets of its design that foretold tragedy? As our minds wander through corridors of history and stone, we seek whispers of truths that may remain unseen. At the turn of the 20th century, fascination with the occult and supernatural provided fertile ground for interpretations of the mysteries surrounding Wolf Rock. The Victorian era, pulsing with seances and spiritualism, leads us to consider whether otherworldly energies permeated the lighthouse. Was it a meeting point for esoteric forces beyond comprehension? Here, we drift into the ethereal as we explore how the cultural beliefs of the time may have seeped into the consciousness of those at Wolf Rock, infusing their perceptions with spectral possibilities. Beyond the physical solitude, could there have been a ghostly force asserting its presence? Or might this be yet another layer of the human tendency to impose meaning upon the unfathomable? Despite the passing of time and modern technological advances, the lessons and lore of Wolf Rock endure, etching themselves into contemporary consciousness. As automation gradually replaces human keepers, the lure of the lighthouse transforms into a symbol of resistance against the sea's eternal embrace. Far from merely navigational aids, these structures captivate our imagination, their stories sustained by tourism, commemoration, and digital storytelling. The legend of Wolf Rock, preserved as a cultural touchstone, reminds us of the enduring power of myth and storytelling to bridge the past and present. Such narratives beckon us to reflect not only on historical mysteries, but on the broader human quest for meaning within the void of certainty. For those who are driven to revisit the historical records surrounding Jones's death, the endeavor is both challenging and invigorating. Official documents, personal diaries, and anecdotal evidence compose a tapestry of information awaiting analysis through the lens of present understanding. Technology enables fresh scrutiny of these resources, unraveling bias and inconsistencies that time may have masked. This meticulous review forms part of our historical detective work, a journey through artifacts and narratives in search of alignment. As patterns emerge and stories unfold, we seek to divide fact from fiction, hoping for clarity or even more layers to the enigmatic portrait of events at Wolf Rock. Central to this investigation is the Keeper's Journal, a manuscript offering insight into the day-to-day existence and inner musings of William Jones himself. Through his writings, we glimpse his mind grappling with the solemn responsibility that accompanied his watch over the ocean's edge. These entries, seemingly mundane at first glance, harbor clues to Jones's psyche and experiences during his vigil at Wolf Rock. By interpreting these reflections against the backdrop of solitude and duty, we strive to shed light upon the context and potential clarifications of his unsettling fate. Similarly, the unending ocean surrounding Wolf Rock serves as both witness and storyteller. The sea, with its shifting tides and relentless presence, is a repository of unnamed experiences and unseen stories. As we reflect upon the mystery enfolding this lighthouse, we do so reverently, acknowledging the sea as a keeper of secrets and the narratives woven into its waves. Poetic contemplation reveals the relationship between Jones and the sea, a symbiotic bond with the potential for solace and shadow alike. Throughout history, the lighthouse keeper has been an archetype of solitude, representing a profession imbued with mythological layers. Their watch is solitary, their duty melancholic, their presence sentimentalized in narratives of isolation. By examining societal perceptions, we explore the process through which figures like William Jones become both history and legend. Through the veins of art, literature, and film, the lighthouse keeper transforms into a guardian of borders both tangible and metaphysical. As we navigate these archetypes, our understanding of Wolf Rock's story expands, weaving connections between reality and mythology to craft an enduring legacy. The boundaries of architecture and spirit converge within the confines of Wolf Rock, its material existence saturated with mystique. As a structure, it embodies a confluence of marine engineering and human resilience. As a symbol, it remains a liminal realm where mysteries dwell within its stones. In this interplay between physical form and spectral possibilities, we encounter the broader themes of tragedy and hope that illuminate Wolf Rock's narrative. The mysteries of Wolf Rock beckon us to journey through the fog of history in search of understanding. The legacy of William Jones and his fellow keepers challenges us to explore the boundaries of knowledge, embracing uncertainty while pursuing the truth. In this reflective space, we ponder the implications of the unknown, the enticing draw of riddles unsolved, and the human drive to uncover clarity amidst ambiguity. This journey through enigmatic narratives is a testament to the enduring nature of human curiosity, a drive as relevant today amid our technological age as it was during times past. In every account woven into the lore of Wolf Rock, we find echoes of lived experience, whispers of solitude, and never-ending ripples of inquiry. Even as Wolf Rock's enigma becomes part of a broader maritime tapestry, its story aligns with those of other beacons scattered around the world. These chronicles of valor, isolation, and mystery create a symphony of human experience shared across time and distance. The narratives of Wolf Rock, nestled within this mosaic, continue to influence our collective memory, enriching the heritage of our relationships with the sea. Perceptions of Wolf Rock's mysteries are shaped not only by historical context, but by shifting viewpoints over time. Exploring these perspectives provides insight into the human nature of seeking meaning and connection. By delving into individual narratives and cultural beliefs, we interpret how perception influences the unfolding of events associated with William Jones and the lighthouse. While the factual evidence of architecture and historical records contribute robustly to Wolf Rock's narrative, the heart of the tale lies in the emotions and experiences of the keepers. The feelings of isolation, camaraderie, fear, and resilience found within the silence of their service enrich the lighthouse's perennial story. Woven into Wolf Rock's chronicles are the oral histories that form an unyielding connection between past and present. These stories, passed down amongst communities, offer not only preservation of experience, but life to narratives that written accounts may overlook. The nuances of spoken word capture subtleties otherwise lost, compelling us to celebrate storytelling's enduring power. Amidst the rocky edges of Wolf Rock and the broader spans of lighthouse history lies a requiem for the solitary keepers, named and unnamed, whose stories are imbued with mystery. This narrative honors their vigilance and dedication, the silent watchmen at the seam between land and sea. Their presence continues to resonate through history, marking an unwritten chronicle that shines amidst uncertainty. At the heart of Wolf Rock's mystery are the profound lessons that transcend historical confines, truths about resilience, vulnerability, and the pursuit of knowledge. From the depths of mystery emerges wisdom, illuminating connections between isolation and community, absence and legacy. As our exploration of Wolf Rock concludes, we find ourselves reflecting upon the multifaceted narrative unfolding amidst the powerful Cornish seas. The story of William Jones, fused with lighthouse myths, stands as a testament to the resilient spirit of those who came before, inviting us to wonder about the mysteries yet left to explore. These narratives beckon us to consider how inquiry, storytelling, and exploration shape perception, linking our understanding of history with our modern quest for knowledge. As we part from this maritime tale, we remain ensnared by the everlasting allure of these ancient lights, their mysteries suspended, casting illuminating shadows over the unknown depths yet to be discovered. In the solitary majesty of the sea, Boone Island Light stands as a solitary guardian, a sentinel wrapped in the endless dance of shadow and light. Erected in 1811, it emerged as a beacon of salvation after the treacherous waters claimed numerous mariners' lives, offering passage and hope against the jagged rocks that lay in wait beneath the relentless tides. Carved into the harsh reality of the natural world, Boone Island Light's construction was an act of defiance, thrust among the rocks of a desolate, treeless islet, subject to the mercy of the Atlantic's capricious temperament. Boone Island became more than a marker for wayward ships. It transformed into a keeper of secrets, weaving stories of isolation and introspection into the soft murmurs of the sea. The keepers who called this place home, despite their seclusion, grappled with whispered voices caught on the wind, spectral figures glimpsed amidst the fog, and a palpable sense that another presence lingered just beyond their mortal sight. These tales live on today, wrapped in layers of reverence and caution, as each generation adds its own stories of mystery to the island's long history. The waters surrounding Boone Island have long been the bane of sailors, cursed for their deadly interplay of jagged rocks and fickle, sinister currents. Nature here takes no prisoners, summoning storms with sudden fury, swallowing whole the unwary and the challenger alike. Technology has secured the survival of many, yet the unyielding temperament of the Atlantic remains unchanged, stirring narratives that weave tales of sea spirits and curses persisting over centuries. These stories, finding breath among the island's enduring mystique, capture an area where the boundary between reality and otherworldly continues to blur and beckon instinctual imaginations toward hidden possibilities. Living on this remote outpost required a resilience that transcended mere physical endurance. Solitude reigned supreme, each keeper's dossier thick with the rhythm of the sea's unending cadence and the vital duty of maintaining the light. This cyclical existence, confined within stone walls that locked the mind in repetitive routine, bore witnesses to extraordinary psychological strain, where wind and silence were the only faithful companions. Madness became its own folklore here, spun into the narrative of those who heard only their minds' whispers, spinning tales brighter and stranger than reality could ever paint. Yet, the light of Boone Island endures. More than a beacon in the night, it stands as testament to an unbroken spirit and resilience against adversity. The light that cuts through the darkest tempests tells of stories immortalized within the attentive watch of vigilant keepers whose shared history intertwines with the island's legacy. This luminescence was said to possess otherworldly protection, hinting at powers beyond the physical realm, urging each keeper to guard this sacred flame as transcendent duty. In doing so, they became part of a continuum, a human chain connecting root-like through time, forever linked around this miraculous guide. The year 1855 bore witness to one of Boone Island's enduring enigmas, as a keeper and his assistant vanished beneath the light's sweeping beam. Silence was the sole testament to their fate, leaving behind only the rhythmic lull of waves washing against the rocks. Speculation takes shape. Did a rogue wave snatch them into the depths, or were they summoned by forces unknown to realms beyond our own? This mystery has endured, residing in whispers heard by those who understand the allure within the void between fact and speculative shadow. From the logbooks left by these forlorn guardians of light, pages hold fragments of their daily lives, an account of routine punctuated by the extraordinary that often slips unseen between lines of ink. Here, ordinary maintenance gains ethereal quality as descriptions of spectral apparitions and phantom melodies stretch the human imagination beyond its grasp. These logs, far more than simple records, speak to mental fortitude and artistic transcendence, offering clues that unravel not just lighthouse lore, but also human nature's confrontation with the mysterious. Sound, however, is the island's most curious lore, an auditory landscape inscribed in the imaginations of Boone Island's keepers. Musical notes, ghostly and elusively lyrical, float upon the wind, echoing tales of transcendent signifiers that inhabit this realm between perception and myth. Those notes sing of a place where the boundaries of communication stretch past reality, compelling an audience to listen deeply, to understand more than sound alone may tell. In these acoustically eerie harmonies, stories are woven that defy dismissal, perhaps conscripted from voices wishing to be heard beyond the veil, dividing what is seen from what is felt. Often shrouded in mist, the island's isolation enhances its ethereal qualities, blurring the line between natural explanation and supernatural. Vague silhouettes glide within the fog, figures conjured from time itself, each bearing memories of lost sailors who continue their eternal wanderings. This haunting imagery resists rational scrutiny, manifesting a dance between imagination and the ineffable, giving rise to a knowledge as ancient as the sea and as boundless as the sky. At this meeting point of nature and the supernatural, Boone Island's aura entices with a lure that remains ineffable, a harmony of known and unknowable that captivates even the most skeptical mind. It is a domain where reality and myth intermingle, creating a poignant tribute to those seekers who continue to bridge realms in their pursuit of understanding. And thus, through a thrilling confluence of tales, ships crewed by spectral hands, blurred stars issuing luminescence untold, are born stories that embody both the tangible lighthouse and phantoms that linger just out of reach. Isolation exacts its price, compelling keepers to contend with yearnings for reality beyond what this lonely island offers. In facing down their own challenges, keepers stand witness to the interior landscapes shaped by solitude's tightening grasp. These landscapes are marked by dreams tempered with longing to recoil into life before the duty's call brought them here. Amidst the hardships imposed upon them lies a duality, a commitment to purpose and aspirations to explore lay beyond the limits forced around them. For in solitude, a community is bound. On Boone Island, keepers' lives interlace not because of proximity, but rather through the binding strands of collective duty and shared yearning for communion. This simultaneous alienation and kinship, bound by the dance of light and shadow, reflect connections reaching toward a greater understanding of shared endeavor. The existence here resonates deeply with those living upon the island, in the perfect isolation, where meaning is continually reforged against the vast unknown. Within silence, Boone Island fosters unique spirituality. Detached from the noise of the world, the island invites profound reflection, prompting an inward exploration into the congruence between the human soul and the cosmic dialogue. In seeking illumination within, keepers transformed essential solitude into fertile ground for both introspection and insight. A sanctuary mapping the path to discovery, allowing new knowledge to blossom, liberated by the endless ocean's presence. This spiritual journey imbues the island with a profound energy, a collective consciousness spanning time and illuminating the past in union with the present. Every custodian leaves their imprint upon the stones, each individual mark compounding into the corridor of time, evolving the vibrant narrative ingrained into the lighthouse's legacy. The beacon that stands vigil recounts not only oceanic passage, but the histories and energies of all who called this island home, creating a timeless interchange where yesterday's echoes resonate into the present. Scientific inquiry attempts to understand these mysteries from a logical perspective. This island, straddling the line of the empirically measurable, evokes investigations that draw upon skepticism and curiosity in equal measure. Yet here, science often relinquishes its grasp, yielding to experiences reaching beyond convention to embrace transcendence. Phenomena fit imperfectly within traditional reasoning, yet each exploration fosters richer interpretations of unexplained tales, stretching the boundaries of what is perceived or understood. Against this backdrop of mythology and discovery, romantic interpretations flourish, stories elaborated beyond linearity to celebrate mystery's core resonance. Disappearances and phenomena attract those willing to embrace the narrative threads weaving between intention and allure, prompting narratives equally enthralled by tales as much about reality as they are about subconscious longing for adventure beyond our immediate reach. Romanticism enriches the narrative, giving purpose to human insight and emotion through these woven tales of wonder and discovery. In the scope of allegory and interpretation, Boone Island Light becomes a metaphor transcending its physical dimensions. It stands as an illuminated guide, one that embodies assurance against the trials of darkness and emphasizes faith, both received and imparted. As an entity bridging sky and sea, it redefines spiritual passage within a realm where intangibility shapes existence, grounding us amidst a symbolic luminance of hope piercing the unknown. Flowing within the confluence of the lighthouse's legacy, modern reflections invite fresh understanding and misinterpretations alike, where temporal expanses enabled deeper concepts reaching into potential futures. Boone Island, its stories carried forward by time's ceaseless currents, continues to capture imagination and curiosity, bound by an enduring mixture of truth and figment. This lighthouse remains a woven tapestry, a living history endowed with meaning and rebirth for each generation, as they explore nature's unyielding beauty against the shadows of mystery, light, and finding one's place against the vastness of the sea. Chapter 8. The Phantom Logbook of South Solitary Island. Du Hartach, lighthouse, a solitary sentinel set upon a rugged rock in the troubled waters of Scotland's Inner Hebrides, is steeped in mystery. For those who have ventured to its remote location, it has become synonymous with the enigmatic interplay between man and the untamed sea. Constructed in the late 19th century, the lighthouse stands defiant against the relentless gales and shifting tides that characterize this desolate stretch of coastline. Yet, its storied history is enshrouded in dark legends and inexplicable events, casting a shadow over its status as a beacon of safety. This lighthouse is an engineering marvel, a courageous attempt to impose order upon the chaos of the ocean. It symbolizes man's desire to conquer the natural world, to stand as a solitary guide amidst the tumult. Yet, the tales of keepers who have vanished without a trace lend an unsettling dimension to its narrative. The isolation that makes it an ideal guide for mariners also exposes those who keep its light to the mysteries that dwell beyond the borders of the known world. Surrounding Du Hartach is a region beset with breathtaking and often tumultuous weather. The tempests that sweep across these waters can transform tranquility into chaos in an instant, leaving mariners with harrowing tales of survival. Peculiarly, it is not just the wrath of nature that instills fear. It is the unpredictable nature of these storms, which seem to arise without warning, leaving mainland conditions calm in contrast. Speculation arises that some otherworldly power may influence the weather around Du Hartach, shrouding truths from those on shore. As we delve deeper into the history and lore surrounding this lighthouse, a pattern emerges. Storms have a way of erasing the line between the earthly and the ethereal, washing away evidence and leaving only the unknown. The construction of Du Hartach Lighthouse in the 19th century was a monumental tale of determination and human spirit. From the outset, the endeavor was fraught with challenges. The brute force of the seas and the treacherous weather seemed to conspire against progress. A lighthouse was undeniably needed to prevent shipwrecks in these perilous waters, Yet the land itself seemed opposed to man's efforts. It became part of the local narrative that the rock resisted transformation, almost as though it possessed a consciousness, aware of the encroachments upon its solitude. Strange happenings were whispered among the workers. Tools disappeared overnight, and scaffolding inexplicably collapsed. The spirits of mariners lost to the sea were said to haunt the place, thwarting its construction. Yet, through grit and ingenuity, the lighthouse was completed, a testament to human resilience against nature's spirit. But the omens noted during construction set the stage for the series of tragic events and unsolved mysteries that followed. In 1872, a mere 2 years after the lighthouse began operations, one of the earliest and most enigmatic incidents occurred. Malcolm McLean, a seasoned seaman and the keeper on watch, vanished without explanation during a seemingly ordinary shift. No signs of foul play were present, nor indications of a struggle or accident. McLean had been in good spirits, devoted to his duties, showing no hint of despair. Anecdotal tales suggest he harbored an apprehension of being watched, dismissing it as a product of his solitary surroundings. The weather was calm, devoid of storms typically to blame for such tragedies. Yet, despite exhaustive searches, no trace of McLean was ever found. Did the supernatural forces rumored around Dhu Hartech claim him? Or was it an unseen hazard inherent to the lighthouse? The logbooks maintained by Dhu Hartech's keepers are filled with cryptic entries that hint at unusual occurrences. Disembodied voices carried upon the wind, faint sounds of melancholy music emanating from the rocks. These entries, often brief and penned with restraint, leave readers with scant details and much ambiguity. The recurrence of such observations across years lends credibility that cannot be easily dismissed. These records contribute to the mystique of Dhu Hartech, a place where reality intersects with the unseen. Could these whisperings be ethereal echoes of spirits long lost to the sea, or mere hallucinations born of an isolated mind seeking to fill silence with sound? The narrative of the lighthouse took another turn in 1900 with the disappearance of Angus McGregor, a lone keeper. McGregor vanished during what could have been a routine maintenance check, a veteran well acquainted with the sea's moods and the lighthouse's lore. His absence, with the calm weather and no mishap apparent, added to the lighthouse's aura of mystery. McGregor's final log entries spoke of mundane details, his notes as uneventful as the weather outside. Yet, it was as if he dissolved into the island's essence, claimed by forces beyond mortal sight. As with previous vanishings, the sea retained its secrets, leaving behind conjecture and folklore. Ewan MacDonald, serving in the early 20th century, contributed another chapter to the lighthouse's legacy. He reported having vivid dreams during his tenure, dreams in which he stood alone on the rock, surrounded by spectral figures with expressions of sorrow and peace. These apparitions conveyed emotions without words, leaving MacDonald disoriented and uneasy upon waking. His dreams, detailed in letters to family, became more frequent, marking his time at the lighthouse as profoundly unsettling and transformative. Whether manifestations of isolation or glimpses into a veiled reality, they add to Dhu Hartech's enigmatic tapestry. Isolation is intrinsic to lighthouse keeping, demanding resilience and contentment within solitude. At Dhu Hartech, these demands intensify. The rock itself seems alive, with many keepers wrestling the line between perception and reality. Psychological strain manifests as heightened susceptibility to the lighthouse's tales, blurring skepticism and belief. Even grounded seamen have spoken of dread, the silence that numbs, the gray horizon that distances. This isolation permits fear to take root, nurtured by reminders of those who vanished and became folklore. Spectral encounters add to the mystique of Du Hartak. Shadowy figures appear on its periphery, seen with the coming of dusk. These apparitions blur history and myth, altering perceptions of reality. Ghostly presences, often detailed, suggest these may be spirits of those lost to the depths, bound to the rock. Unexplained sounds, mournful cries, phantom footsteps, distant calls, enrich the narrative. Are they ethereal echoes, or the fevered imagination of isolated minds? Throughout its history, Du Hartak has been a place of omens. Reports of strange lights and unexplained disappearances coincide with human misfortune or disaster. Mariners speak of lights on the water, spectral beacons foretelling significant events. Some see these omens as warnings, linked to an energy nexus where worlds overlap, where possibility is tangible. The oral history surrounding Du Hartak enriches its mystique, local legends passed down through generations. These stories speak of individuals lured by siren calls, guided by luminous apparitions. Such legends meld reality with imagination, forming a cultural link between past and present. Rooted in Celtic tradition, these legends offer both metaphor and identity, preserving the lighthouse's wonder. Among the artifacts of Du Hartak's history is a diary of an unidentified keeper. These pages reveal glimpses of life on the rock, narrative exploring existential questions and experiences. The diary speaks of encounters with the inexplicable, deep-seated yearning for understanding, and insights into the mysteries of life. Through these entries, the keeper captures the lighthouse's essence, a beacon clinging to a solitary perch amidst the vast unknown. Despite attempts at investigation, Du Hartak's mysteries remain unsolved. Disappearances and unexplained events draw speculation into their depths. Could these events be natural accidents or a darker force within the rock? Hypotheses abound. Psychological effects of isolation, manipulation by unseen forces, alternate dimensions, or entities beyond comprehension. For those who served at Du Hartak, mortality was intertwined with the beauty and danger of their duty. Keepers confronted the lighthouse's dark history as a reminder of life's fragility. This reflection became an acceptance of impermanence, offering spiritual reconciliation between corporeal and ethereal. Within this mysterious frontier, whispers of the infinite merge with earthly understanding. Beyond its mystique, Du Hartak Lighthouse stands as an engineering marvel, overcoming challenges with human perseverance. Its design reflects resilience against the tumult, harmonizing with its surroundings while retaining strength. The lighthouse endures as a testament to human spirit, a beacon of light and engineering triumph over nature's expanse. Du Hartak's enigma has drawn scientific scrutiny to explain its phenomena. Meteorologists, geologists, and psychologists seek natural causes for its supernatural occurrences. Theories reveal intriguing parallels between natural events and mystical interpretations, yet uncertainty remains. Perhaps the key lies in recognizing the interplay between the empirical and metaphysical. Over time, Du Hartak has become a focus of mythological exploration. Myth and history, reality and creation. Each interpretation finds foothold on its rocky shores. This interplay challenges perceptions, allowing myths to grow, a testament to storytelling's power. The lighthouse is more than stone. It is a living chronicle, an odyssey transcending dimensions and history. Contemplating Du Hartak is to see it not just as an architectural monument, but as an emblem of existence's eternal mystery. Shrouded in lore, it refuses simple explanation. Immortalized through stories, the lighthouse holds sacred significance, beckoning those seeking enlightenment to engage with its timeless allure. Its beacon illuminates unseen paths, inviting wanderers into realms of thought and experience awaiting their exploration. Du Hartach bears witness to the absences it shelters, echoes of once-present souls leaving an indelible mark upon its stone walls. Though absent in body, their spirits linger, stories whispered across the ceaseless wind. The lighthouse invites hearts to wander anew, its rocky perch a memorial of chapters unwritten and songs unsung. The souls claimed by the sea, tethered to Du Hartach's legacy, become part of its eternal dance between presence and absence. The annals tell of those lost and retained by the lighthouse, stories whispered by waves and echoed ashore. Legends unfold with dusk, long-forgotten mariners reappearing with the mist, spectral crew on ghostly vessels. These tales, living or spectral, enrich the lighthouse's lore, reminding us of the infinite quest for completion within shadow and light. Du Hartach, shrouded by water's embrace, invites contemplation of the lighthouse as a portal between worlds. For many keepers, this alignment with unseen realms is tantalizing and terrifying. The lighthouse spanning dimensions, prompting reflection on existence's fluidity. Each tower stands over interwoven destinies, drawing those within to breathe the ineffability of those past gales. Within this narrative tapestry, resonant with otherworldly potential, Du Hartach becomes a gateway to discovery, exploring existence's layered matrices upon this wild expanse. Heavy weather is synonymous with Du Hartach, both literal and metaphorical, embodying the perpetual mystery and allure of this enigmatic lighthouse. In the whispered stillness of the Roanoke River, there stands a beacon, silent yet echoing the symphonies of the past. The Roanoke River Lighthouse emerges from the mists as a keeper of mysteries, its light piercing through veils of time to guide wandering souls and vessels alike through the treacherous channels of the Albemarle Sound. This beacon of hope, with its eternal flame, holds stories that breathe life into the solitude of its surroundings. A place where the tranquility of water meets the subtle hum of history. It speaks for those who once stood alone, guiding the weary and the lost. Yet, beneath its steadfast facade, the lighthouse cradles in its bosom tales of enigma and uncertainty. Among these narratives drifts the memory of a vanished keeper, a figure who now lingers more as myth than reality. The river, in its ceaseless journey, whispers riddles of the past as we attempt to unravel what transpired that elusive day. We open our hearts to embrace the unknown, pondering the cosmic dance between presence and absence, existence and oblivion. Lighthouse keepers are more than mere custodians. They are guardians of light and time, watching over the waters with unwavering devotion. Their lives are painted with solitude and introspection, their duties a meditative symphony amidst the boundless sea. In their silent vigil, they tether themselves to the earth with rituals as old as the waves they observe. To understand their world is to step into a realm where the ocean's whispers meet the vast expanse of the sky, where thoughts flow freely, fluid like the tides, merging with the infinite horizon. In the keeper's world, everything becomes a part of an intricate dance of routine and reverence. Lighting the lantern, polishing the glass, these actions hold the cadence of ritual, each a sacred practice infused with purpose and mindfulness. The mundane tasks bravely become vessels of meditation, grounding these solitary souls against the ever-changing world beyond the light's reach. We delve into these routines, a fragile bulwark against the unraveling of the mind, preserving the tapestry of self woven into the solitude of the lighthouse existence. Amidst this setting, one keeper embarked on a journey beyond the light's warmth, into the embrace of the unknown. His name, now obscured by the tides of time, departed the Roanoke River light for the final time, leaving behind an enduring mystery. With no trace of foul weather or distress, his disappearance resists explanation, casting an indelible shadow on the human spirit's fragility against nature's vast indifference. Scant records and inconclusive investigations paint only the faintest outlines of his final hours, inviting reflection upon the dreams or burdens that might have guided his footsteps beyond the ordinary path, perhaps drawn by echoes of ancestral wanderings toward a destiny only the river comprehends. The keeper's deserted vessel, found adrift with lanterns glowing resolutely against the darkness, casts an eerie illumination over his vanishing. This illuminated ghost ship becomes a paradox, a testament to the keeper's absence, suspended between abandonment and intent, with its light serving as a solitary beacon, probing the void for answers destined to remain elusive. Here, we delve into the boat's symbolic resonance as it floats, empty yet illuminated, a haunting tableau illustrating the unresolved narrative between presence and absence. Lighthouses, messengers of mythology and folklore, cast looming shadows of tales intertwined with hauntings and supernatural guardianship. They guard the threshold between land and sea, spectral sentinels of mythologies and stories that reflect humanity's eternal waltz between caution and curiosity. The Roanoke River light is no stranger to these legends, its local narratives entwining with the keeper's disappearance, weaving a tapestry of spectral tales that bridge the realms of known and unknown. Rivers are eternal movements, flowing forward and backward through the currents of memory, holding their secrets beneath their glistening surfaces. The Roanoke River, a living character in this enigma, reflects the inexorable march of time, its course echoing fate's relentless tides. In this narrative, the river's presence becomes both tangible and metaphorical, an intermingling of past and present. We explore its role as the keeper of stories, its voice blending histories to continually tell the tale of a man lost upon its banks. Amid the shadows of disappearance lie profound metaphysical musings on presence, absence, and the essence of existence. The keeper's dive into the ether invites existential reflections on the nature of reality and the unseen world that intertwines with our own. Here, we navigate the philosophical mazes of what it means to vanish, considering theories of parallel existences and dimension crossing as potential clues. The contemplation leads us to ponder whether vanishing signifies an alignment with an abstract plane or merely becomes another layer in humanity's fraught relationship with time and space. The legacy of Roanoke invites intrigue through its connection with one of history's greatest mysteries, the lost colony of Roanoke Island. The current disappearing act conjures shadows of the early settlers' enigma, weaving his story through the immense tapestry of time. Drawing connections between these two legends, we traverse the haunted landscape and contemplate whether echoes of one era's disappearance might resonate into another, searching for unseen threads binding these histories into a legacy of unanswered mysteries. As we wander the corridors of psychic phenomena and nature-bound portals, curiosity and caution guide our every step. Stories suggest cosmic moments when the veil thins, and placeless passageways appear where consciousness folds into corporeality. Could the keeper's disappearance signify a brush with realms beyond comprehension? An ethereal passage through the thin boundaries of existence? Mystery finds anchor in language and names, whispered through generations as tales transformed by time. A lighthouse keeper's name, smoothed by the river of time, withstands the currents of the ages, etching its power into the collective consciousness long after the bearer fades. Within this narrative, we unravel the enigmatic power of names in the lore of disappearance, pondering the resonance of these identities adrift upon the sea of time. The twilight hours cradle mystery within their embrace, enveloping the world in a shroud of silence that breathes secrets between the realms of light and shadow. For a lighthouse keeper, the night held sacred moments for contemplation and vigilance, where the endless cycle of watch and wheel granted glimpses of the sublime. We bask in the stillness of the night watch, where the keeper's lamps glow bright and time's hold loosens, offering communion with nature's grandeur and the secrets of the universe not bound by temporal constraints. Could dreams be conduits for deeper truths within the story of the Roanoke River Light's vanished keeper? The subconscious harbors keys to mysteries hidden from conscious awareness, potentially unveiling a tapestry of understanding where shadows lurk. In exploring this dimension, we delve into the symbolism embedded within dreams as a language older than time. Perhaps through dreams, the keeper stepped into another realm, where life's tapestry is rewoven within the grand design of the cosmos. Isolation's shadows fall heavily upon those who keep the flame aglow, whispering echoes rather than words that form the symphony of solitude. Here, introspection entangles with imagination, leading individuals beyond familiar shorelines. Reflecting on the psychological impacts of isolation on the lighthouse keeper, we consider how the solitude steeped in mystery might have guided him to shores unknown, led by the echoing cries of the sea. Lighthouses mark the crossroads of human ingenuity and nature's whims, their keepers witnesses to the eternal rhythm of the tides. Standing on the edge of land and sea, they epitomize the intricate dance between human innovation and nature's untamable forces. The environment's influence flows through human experience, shaping narratives etched into existence. Might nature, in its silent testimony, become a participant in this mystery? Can the environment's whispers unlock secrets unfurling within its embrace? Artifacts, their presence a glimpse of certainty in speculation's wilderness, reach across the veil to ground us in the remnants left behind. Half-finished meals, meticulous logs, lanterns steadfast against uncertainty. We handle these artifacts with reverence, piecing together impressions left in the remnants, seeking echoes of the keeper's existence in the delicate dance between presence and absence. Time, in its boundless abstraction, devotes itself to the art of dissolution. Through mysteries, history folds upon itself, revealing portals to the past. As we excavate this temporal landscape, we ponder the possibility of moments intertwining through disappearance. Might our keeper have discovered a passage through unknowable realms amidst the river's embrace? The geometry of lighthouses presents a duality, echoing themes of order and chaos, their architecture melding structured precision with nature's organic discord. Just as the keeper maintains balance through his routines, so too the structure imposes a man's eternal effort against nature's unpredictability. Here, the architecture reveals themes of order and chaos, offering insights into the keeper's containment within and beyond the lighthouse's reach. Nature's elements weave their melodies around the lighthouse, whispering secrets above the waters. Could these elements act as guides, holding captive the long-buried story of the keeper's vanished life? We listen closely, attending to nature's voice, seeking the wisdom interwoven with the enigma, touching our understanding with moments of fleeting revelation. The melding of fact and folklore gives rise to maritime myths, stories that illuminate humanity's connection to the sea and its mysteries. Within this tapestry, disappearances emerge as timeless narratives, conveying symbols of humanity's interaction with the unknown depths. Exploring historical accounts and folktales alike, we seek patterns within these stories, searching for a shared truth enfolded in these mysteries of ambivalence and awe. The indifferent sea, omniscient yet withholding, guards its truths with the weight of eternity. The continuum between perception and reality generates borders traversed with ease, each holding echoes of myriad worlds. Inexplicable vanishing often aligns with perceptual shifts, blurring the lines that bound existence. We examine these fractures in reality within disappearances, pondering whether such conceptual rifts hold glimpses of multiversal truths beyond perception. Disappearance, by its nature, may mirror the hidden complexities of the human will, choices veiled from all, even the heart. Navigating this tale reveals the intricate weave of will and act, tracing pathways forged through an unknowable process. Does the keeper's wanderings signify a choice beyond comprehension, influenced by unseen energies? The keeper's mystery intertwines with the historical tapestry, influencing history itself as shadows cast their glow upon the fragmentary puzzle. Digging deeper, we uncover undercurrents that illuminate his mysterious fate. Do unseen narratives echo through history itself, whispering hints of truth? Or does time guard its unknown too well? In their echoes, disappearances transcend their particular moments, emerging as emblems of broader human experience. Each figure lost becomes a symbol of humanity's interaction with fate and the great unknown. Reflecting on these stories as metaphors, we encounter themes of longing and departure, elusive truths sketched in the darkness beneath the curtain of time. Where understanding falters, speculation thrives, carving paths toward insight. As beings shaped by reflection, humanity constructs bridges to truths that linger on the horizon. In seeking comprehension, we rather sense the presence of infinity. As this chapter draws to its quiet close, we dance with understanding, crafting a meditation upon infinity. Our epilogue a blank canvas for all that lingers upon the edge of mystery. Within the enigma of the Roanoke River Lightkeeper, we uncover an invitation to embrace the unknown, weaving interwoven whispers through the fabric of storytelling. The Fastnet Rock Lighthouse, perched defiantly against the tumultuous waves of the Atlantic Ocean, stands as a beacon of endurance and the indomitable human spirit. Set upon Ireland's southernmost point, this lighthouse is more than a navigational aid. It is a testament to the strength and resilience of those who braved the elements to keep its light burning. Its isolated stance amidst the swirling seas offers a stark reflection of both guidance and solitude, where each breath of air is a reminder of the thin line separating man from nature's formidable clutches. Life at Fastnet was an unyielding test of fortitude, shrouded in the ceaseless symphony of ocean roars, inviting contemplation along with its promise of isolation. Within this austere setting, mysteries of human disappearance have unfolded, leaving their imprint etched within maritime history's compelling parchment. Though the lighthouse today is largely mechanized, its past breathes with the essence of those whose lives it sheltered. Fastnet's keepers faced not only the elemental fury, but also the profound psychological tensions of their isolated existence. This lighthouse, often a solitary lifeline for maritime wayfarers, demanded from its keepers a vigilance that transcended physical endurance, culminating in acts of sacrifice and steadfast dedication. The tragedy at Fastnet is more than a straightforward tale of vanishing figures. It delineates the timeless struggle between mankind's perseverance and nature's unyielding grasp, and the relentless pursuit to keep a flame alive in life's shadowed hallways. This chapter of Vanished Keepers is penned into the richer tapestry of Fastnet, symbolizing despair, mystery, and the broader narrative of resilience. The power of the natural world manifests acutely at Fastnet, where the sea's capricious temperament can unleash storms in an instant, testing the endurance of both the lighthouse and its devoted keepers. Beyond the physical battle lies a more intimate struggle, an existential confrontation fought in the silent troops of solitude. Fastnet's keepers found themselves ensconced in their own internal narratives, with the eternal rhythm of waves forming their only dialogue partner. As thoughts expanded into the vastness of isolation, introspection gave birth to dreams, fears, and at times, the shadows of madness. It was upon this psychological terrain that seeds of mystery were sown, compelling the tales of disappearance that would haunt the edifice. Loneliness and desolation emerge as relentless companions, fostering a tenuous grip on reality. Each keeper's history colored his experience, shaded his interactions with his environment and companions. Life became a communal solitude, a space where individual perceptions wove together into a collective consciousness shaped by inner tempests. The psychological strain of prolonged solitude, tethered by the responsibilities of maintaining the light, could distort the sense of time itself, transforming minutes into ponderous hours. Thus, the tragedy at Fastnet Rock emerges as much from the interplay of the elemental and the metaphysical as from the grim testimony of human endurance. Among the many tales linked to Fastnet Rock, one shadowed account speaks to an unnamed keeper who met an untimely and mystifying end. In 1910, this keeper was discovered crushed against the rugged stone, a doleful silhouette of vulnerability to Fastnet's hazardous environs. The circumstances surrounding his death lacked logical articulation, for no storm raged upon the scene, and no tangible marks of foul play were unearthed. This enigmatic figure has evolved into an enduring mystery, symbolizing the unpredictable dangers embedded where human footsteps are rare. The narrative of this unknown keeper underscores the precarious mechanical dance between human ambition and nature's formidable forces. Efforts to unveil this tragic night, steeped deep within Fastnet's folds, have been assailed by time's unyielding cloak. Was this fateful meeting with destiny, an accident of nature, a despairing leap into silent surrender, or something decidedly otherworldly? Each conjecture exists as a ghostly whisper, echoing the fears and uncertainties that walk alongside those living and laboring in such mercurial expanses. Weather at sea remains an implacable force, ever mutable and seldom recorded in its full formidable majesty. But on the fateful day at Fastnet, when calm supposedly prevailed, an incident transcending meteorological causality transpired. The lighthouse's logs, keepers of time's mechanizations, failed to document any tempest corresponding with the tragic event, ushering speculation of unseen influences unrecorded by traditional means. These very mysteries nourish the legend, weaving an indelible tapestry illustrating that not all controls are bound by the predictability of nature's temperament, nor by human comprehension. Weather anomalies become the shards of narrative that encourage layers of lore, rendering fiction and truth as conjoined expressions. The enigmatic story of Fastnet stirs considerations of alternate realities, dimensions where elements whisper tales not accommodated in our natural theaters. Did the unknown keeper encounter a brink between worlds, granted glimpses into realms where familiar laws deferred? While speculative, these musings weave the allure of unseen forces, captivating seekers of mythos and enigma, reluctant to surrender to unseeable truths. The lighthouse's logs, repositories of lived history, stand not merely as chronicles, but as profound love letters to lives shaped in formidable isolation. At Fastnet, these logs offer rare glimpses into the human experiences and mental states, breathing life into oaths sworn beneath the light's symbolic embrace. Centuries may drift past, yet each marked entry carries the specter of fate ungrasped. The keeper's notations preceding that long-ago disappearance in 1910, reading now like whispered artifacts of a forgotten dreamscape. These words endure as echoes of duty, faithfully borne against daunting odds, while they birth silent tensions festering between reality perceived and the existential realm between the margins. From these written testaments, fragmented vignettes of life at Fastnet emerge. The meticulous records of daily observing and responding exist in juxtaposition with intimations of growing isolation found between the lines. Though these records possess a discernible completeness, they cannot cage the intangible qualities, the emotions and fears threading the spaces between. Such words transcend their pages, speaking to power seized, mysteries embraced, and the gentle command of their ever-elusive existence. The loss narrated within these stories reverberates beyond Fastnet's confines, unraveling the lingering specters of mystery. Unbidden guides offering glimpses of endurance draped in shadows. Beneath this gentle tapestry weaves the keeper's unyielding pledge, a steadfast dedication reflected not just in light's continual tending, but in offerings of spirit before the vast might of nature's tapestry. These seminarians of sea-bound sanctuaries encountered the emotional and psychological boundaries of resolution, motivated by guiding others through darkness. This calling demanded sacrifices that wove into layers thick as ocean fog. Within walling silences and disciplines honed over time, life emerged an austere vigil, a beacon cast upon silvery stretches of water and into ponderous solitude. The story of Fastnet and its ceaselessly vigilant keepers sketches a theme seen across lonely coasts swept by inexorable oceans. The mandate demanded adamant attention toward the beacon's nurture, the responsibility of custodianship echoing beyond mere physical dimensions. Yet, as evidenced through veiled tragedies, these demands sometimes tore through the fabric of resolve, sewing fractures able to dissolve the steadfast hold upon duty. The Fastnet narrative remains a darkened thread of the timeless cost borne by keepers, stories inlaid with spirits forever traced into sea-bound shrouds, embodying mysteries perhaps ever timeless. Legends of Fastnet's ethereal visitors only further bind tale to stone. Ghostly apparitions said to frequent its rocky island enshroud the lighthouse with mystery and legacy, spectral shadows weaving between reality and imagination. These beings, inferred as spirits of departed keepers or lost mariners, form part of a dance intersecting the temporal with the eternal, a phenomenon science retreats from decoding. Though modern reason may balk, These tales linger, their intricacies layering Fastnet with complexity and intrigue. For those who dared live and serve, these specters etched themselves into the very lore, entering the collective understanding binding humankind to rock. Accounts of unseen presences imbue Fastnet with imagination's energy. Keepers spoke of watching shadowed forms slip from the watery mist and hearing murmured voices along time-worn corridors, feeling invisible entities brushing past in midnight hours. Such experiences, hiding from morning's rationality, resonate vibrant amid night's watchful cloaking. They render the lighthouse as spaces of transition, a domain with the veil between worlds thin enough to reveal another narrative. Understanding these legends, whether flights of the mind or echoes of isolation's straits, remains an exercise in exploring mysteries frail beyond comprehension. Fastnet's light stands as a dual symbol, a radiant guide and a metaphor for the constraints faced by those who tend its flame. The beacon offers salvation to those lost upon endless waters, yet embodies the constraints of a tower-bound existence. The steadfast glow illuminates more than nautical passage. It dances ceaselessly amidst waves, kindling thoughts beneath surface narratives. This light provides a stark contrast of hope against gloom's relentless embrace, transforming night into day. Mapping Fastnet's light reveals not singularity, but intricate interplay, a metaphysical resonance brewing between shadow and luminescence, forging the light itself into metaphor. For sailors, it confirmed sanctuary, a vesper melding charted destinations with unmarred paths. For keepers, however, it represented more than illumination. It mirrored an ever-present reality of deepening loneliness, a reminder of time past, vigilance maintained. It served as cure and constraint, a blazing symbol no less hopeful for mariners anchored betwixt desperation, nor dimmed by the solitude shadowing its tender's thoughts. Within its illumined embrace rests mankind's struggles amid light's casting, once scouring madness and deliverance. Spanning a portrayal painted through dichotomies, the legacy left by Fastnet's vanished keepers delineates contrasting narratives compounding historical record with folklore's breath. Yet records, though definitive, possess a supernatural aura in mythological retelling, entangling both history with enigma. Cavorting this line summons narratives endowed with ancient minds' wonderment, ensuring the lost keepers persist as essential tokens of contemporary wisdom's fertile ground. Each recounting invigorates a common awareness transcending sectarian fabrication, a narrative evolving eternally between reality and flight. The legends of Fastnet play upon this narrative dance, recounting humans standing stalwart amid unknown realms. Through narrative retelling, the marginalia of recorded missives transforms across perceptions and cultures, rendering lengthy patterns of valor and uncertainty. These tales that animate loss become entwined tales of sirens interwoven with echoes of antiquity's sea tales. Within these narratives rest humanity's eternal enactment. An imagination beckoned forward, enshrined within glowing wisdom sought in whispers that transcend time's linear pathways. Fastnet's maritime mysticism, imbued with solemnity, carves out a role for keepers as figures straddling both terrestrial and divine elements. They stand as guardians against the sea's changeful temper, custodians of ritually laden duties seasoned by time's rough passage. Through gales and tumultuous tides, these minds become archetypes of spiritual allegiance, a mystical wayfarer stationed faithfully amid oceanic battlements. Their sacred duty resonates past singular identity, bonding all life adrift beneath their illuminated presence. This honor speaks to powers held within wise humility, counterpoint to the natural force they embrace. Such mysticism positions the lighthouse and its distinct keepers as phantasmal icons, inherently cherished across generations, as sentinels persevering through storms, enacting both cosmic vaudevillian acts and enigmatic epochs. The duty is revered among maritime communities, crafting a profound bond connecting seafarers with the lighthouse's illumination. It refines the traverse of natural elements into spiritual dance, eternal and mighty, reuniting human contemplation with earthly rhythms that hum through time's epochs, seeking mystical engagement between mortality and dreams. In the crafting of this atmospheric narrative, a portrait of Fastnet Rock emerges, a poetic harmony of tragedy and spirituality, domesticating forces often beyond human vision into an enduring beacon. Here, the interplay of duty, mystery, and hope shapes the souls of vanished keepers, forever tethering them to shadowed realms beyond. The stones linger, and the waves still beat, and always the light, its wisdom resting upon the eyes that seek it, whispering legends across the seas. Amidst Alaska's remote wilderness, Eagle Island emerges as a lonely sentinel, embraced by the rugged beauty of the northern Pacific. The isolation of this place, matched by the unpredictable cadence of the Alaskan weather, crafts an aura of mystery, a quiet wilderness cloaked in stories untold. The island stands stark against the sea, the lighthouse itself a testament to human persistence, both majestic and enigmatic. It was built not only to guide mariners safely, but also to withstand the haunting solitude of the Alaskan coast. Here, the wind and waves whisper legends, intertwining with reality to form a narrative that intrigues those who are willing to listen. In the 1920s, lighthouse keepers arriving at Eagle Island were taking on a ritual of solitude, a significant journey across perilous waters to maintain the light. Their passage marked not just physical distance from the mainland, but a deeper, spiritual distance from the cadence of ordinary life, echoing a timeless thread of seafaring duties assumed with a sense of solemnity and tradition. Each new group of keepers transitioned into a world dictated by isolation, with duties that stretched into the vastness of ocean and sky, a test of endurance at the edge of known existence. Daily life here moved to the rhythm of natural elements. Keepers became finely attuned to the shifts of weather, cries of the seabirds, and the inexorable rising and setting of the sun. Their work was punctuated by the needs of the lighthouse, marking days with the lighting and cleaning of lamps, recording the observations of each day in logbooks that seemed to scribble life itself onto the pages. Solitude was their constant companion, yet within the simplicity of their tasks, keepers often found solace, a time for reflection, away from the world's clamor. Letters, rare and cherished, offered comfort. Books and quiet pursuits filled the silence, making them masters of finding peace internally while keeping vigil externally. Then, one spring in the 1920s, a haunting silence descended upon Eagle Island. Communication with the mainland halted inexplicably, creating a void louder than any storm. Concern spread as keepers offered no word, only this unsettling quiet that suggested something profoundly amiss. Rescue teams organized swiftly, though nature offered her own deterrence, her Marine Guard delaying their path towards uncovering the solution. Days drifted in tense anticipation, the absence of light signals heavy with unanswered questions and dire speculation, a reminder of nature's dominion over man's will. When the search party at last reached Eagle Island, the silence was palpable. The lighthouse, once an active sentinel, now stood as a quiet enigma, its form a still beacon against the endless seascape. As they approached, this silence roared with a portentous quiet. Expectations surged within every gentle wave against the shore. The grounds bore no marks of struggle or distress, the realm devoid of human presence or chaos. Yet, improbably, the door to the tower stood resolutely locked from within, a curious puzzle shrouding the mystery of the vanished keepers, a guardian of secrets that refused to yield to any simple narrative. Inside, everyday life was untouched by the mystery outside. The table lay set for a meal that never was, chairs tucked neatly beneath it, the scent of bread slowly fading like a memory. Belongings rested where they were left, undisturbed, snapshots of life abruptly interrupted. The lantern's flame still flickered, casting watchful shadows over a room empty of its caretakers. Logbooks, predictably unbroken records of existence, ended abruptly, the pen frozen mid-thought, silence scribbling its neglect across the unwritten page. The absence was alive, both tangible and mysterious. The locked door emerged as the linchpin of the enigma. Designed to secure against intruders and nature alike, it prohibited an easy resolution. No way should it close without one inside to lock it. Yet the door was secure, inducing theories that pivoted into the intangible realms of speculation, touching upon metaphysical possibilities that stood on the edge of the possible, beckoning inquiry to explore further than reason might typically tread. The keepers, each an individual tapestry of history and character, bound together by duty, boasted rich personal profiles. Their roots supported resilience against isolation. These artisans of light were capable of enduring quiet with a strength underlaid by creativity and introspection. They faced solitude with talents that included reading, art, and self-reflection. They embodied rugged dedication, seemingly beyond rash decisions or actions to abandon post. Their disappearance unsettled expectations of duty and personal commitment, a vanishing act counterintuitive to their personal nature. Alaska, a frontier where serene landscapes could turn ferocious with little warning, bore the potential for harm. Yet no wild weather vans assailed the island. No agitation from the skies matched the mystery below. Wildlife posited a brief illusion of explanation, but no signs of an aggressive beast could be traced. Whatever led the keepers from safety did so without chaos, without the marked stamp of conflict so often left by nature's touch. Legends shadowed the island, whispers of supernatural forces interwoven with local lore, the haunting talk of apparitions, and whispered tales that wound ghost-like through the community's past. These stories found renewed life within the realm of the lighthouse, painting a picture of possibilities that spoke to those willing to search beyond the material. Eyewitnesses from nearby shores murmur of strange lights and shadows, ghostly phenomena brushing just at the edges of the known. Such tales, dismissed by some yet whispered amongst many, added a shiver of otherworldly conjecture, infusing reality with a spectral resonance. The mystique of Eagle Island nestles into history's broader enigma, a lineage of maritime mysteries gracing the quiet gray line between sea and land. Across time, solitary outposts have long invited narratives of longing and fear, where solutions lost to time echo alongside the cry of gulls. The lighthouse here is but one guardian amongst a diplomatic collection of kindred enigmas, where echoes of other isolated disappearances resonate with the rhythm of shared isolation and challenge. Such cases, remnants of a people long returned to the dust or the sea, paint a picture wreathed in lonely contemplation. There, the lighthouse's guardian casts light over the deeper, darker corners of humanity's continued dance with the unknown. Speculation quickly riddles the void, stories and myths morphing rapidly from mouth to print. then running wild into shapeless forms dictated by fear and wonder. Across paper or around fires, from hidden conspiracies to interdimensional voyages, each iteration reveals something of the collective imagination, tantalizing fears now given form. Theories even venture towards the visible masks of military secrecy, where hidden agendas dance with the world's hidden enigmas. The lighthouse embodies unknown narratives now, a torch that throws neither light nor shadow, wide enough to reveal the truth. Facing the unknown combined determination and delicacy, investigators treading carefully within this shifting realm of ice and storm. The absence of tangible answers called for an embrace of logic, underscored by uncertainty, where each fragment of knowledge stretched thin across the challenge of invisibility. With this uncertainty as canvas, a picture emerged of a persistent mystery, magnetic enough to draw thinkers and dreamers alike into its welcoming fold. The lighthouse itself, a silent witness standing firm despite the ravages of the caretaker's absence, presented a physical contradiction. A light steadfast against its inexplicable human unmooring. Built for survival against nature's forces, this monumental gift to craftsmanship now marks a place turned solemn, engineers left confounded by its operational perseverance. Each lever and cog, silently fulfilling its duty, marks an unmoving sentinel amidst the shifting sands of fate. Eagle Island becomes a thread woven into the wider fabric of global lighthouse mysteries. Across oceans and within varied cultures, stories align, isolated watches spiriting away their guardians in a sea of questions. This symmetry highlights a strange alliance, a curious interplay between isolation and purpose, hauntingly expressed through towers of light that illuminate without exposure. It's these shared themes that echo between Tillamook Rock and Flannan Isles, reminding us of the allure of such enigmas, their whispering truths calling out from beyond the veil. The emotional toll spread like ripples, splintering families and communities already tied to the lighthouse's pulse. Here were hearts beating in absence, clinging to unanswered questions and unresolved goodbyes. Loved ones pondered this labyrinthine uncertainty, faced with loss sans closure, the intangible standing steadfast, an absence as physical as any presence. For community and kindred bonded over vigil and memory, each speculation served a purpose for remembrance, its power living within an emotional space shared between the past's echo and future's unanswered call. Tradition feeds into art and literature's rich seam, where Eagle Island's mystery becomes a muse, birthing narratives that stretch reality into imagination's tender grasp. The lighthouse, an icon of metaphysical dreams, turns metaphorical gateway between fears known and joys unfathomed. Writers, painters, filmmakers take up the mantle, pulling thin gossamer threads and weaving them into tales that both loom large and shadow small, epitomizing humanity's battle to command knowing against relentless uncertainty. It's an absence that invites fearful introspection, allowing observers to linger betwixt the known and unknown, a human tapestry colored by awe, dread, and a ponderous curiosity. Investigation stretches perceptions, inviting questioning of chaos amidst balance, comprehension against mystery's relentless march. Thus, Eagle Island stands as both reflection and barrier, inviting us into questions we answer only with further questioning, an invitation to inquire upon a landscape where solid and void entwine. Lighthouses are symbols cast in light and shadow, a dichotomy of safety against the uncertain. Eagle Island, persistent enigma bound to beacon's beam, reminds us of this balanced dance. With each light of knowledge comes shadow's enigma, inscribed into the structure's steadfast prediction. While built for safety and guide, light and depth both dwell within, teaching tales of humanity's chase to master ocean's sway, reflecting back a complex narrative of understanding and its inherent paucity. Modern eyes may trace new paths into Eagle Island's elusive clarity as technology proffers tools unimagined by those of yore. Here, remote sensing and AI embark upon an age-old journey, seeking in shadow's recesses the barest fragment of insight, ever eager to unravel threads anew. Yet for all our tools, all our searchings, the primal draw of the unresolved still offers more in musings than in findings, a challenge to science and soul alike, hovering between definition and dream. Such mysteries, bearing neither straightforward solution nor facile closure, invite deeper wanderlust within the human soul. It's the questions left unanswered that breathe life into narrative, inviting reflection that journeys beyond the tangible, into those hinterlands where the creative soul longs to roam free. Within Eagle Island's mystery stands a beacon of journey's endless call, questions lifting sails as much as any tangible solution. Amidst this tapestry of contemplation and story, Eagle Island's call turns the wind to breath beneath life's quiet yearning. The lighthouse presides as silent mentor over our dance of learning and wonder, a lens observing both light and shadow cast upon the broader seas of thought. As each generation casts light upon its tale anew, it stands framed by an endless dialogue between the certainties we hold dear and the unyielding shadows that challenge our understanding. Cornwall's longships. Light stands steadfast, a lone sentinel against the eternal dance of the Atlantic's waves. Built in the mid-19th century, this lighthouse was meant to guide sailors safely through the treacherous waters of the Western English Channel, a beacon of security amidst nature's capriciousness. With its architectural fortitude, Longship's Light was more than just a marvel. It was a safeguard to prevent the tragic shipwrecks that littered these perilous seas. However, beyond its utilitarian design lies a spectral mystery that spans generations. On a serene day in 1892, under a sky unmarred by storm, one of its keepers vanished without a trace, turning this lighthouse into a monument not only of guiding light, but also of incomprehensible absence. Being a lighthouse keeper was a vocation of solitude. Charged with the safety of mariners, these keepers were tethered to their towers by an unwavering sense of duty. Their lives played out to the rhythm of the sea and the undulating cycles of light and shadow, amidst an isolation only a few could endure. Each day was similar to the last, tending the light, ensuring its glow remained unbroken, a lone companion in the darkness. Yet, in this intimate relationship with solitude, the mind could become finely tuned to the whispers of the universe, or conversely, become bogged down by the weight of silence. It was within this delicate balance that the mysterious disappearance unfolded. The year 1892 was like many others at Longship's Light, until fate intervened. The routine unfolded as usual, keepers going about their tasks, tending to the light, caring for the lenses, trimming the wicks, and recording their observations. Yet this ordinary day spiraled into an enigma, marked by the absence of any turbulence, whether in the sea or the skies. As shift change approached, one keeper was simply gone, an unfathomable void left in what should have been monotony. The ocean lay still, holding its secrets as it always had, with no sign of the turmoil that might explain the keeper's disappearance. The lighthouse logbook, chronicler of time's passage, reveals the routine nature of the day until its entries are abruptly silenced mid-sentence. a haunting ellipsis that still echoes through history. Was it a testament to sudden disaster, or a quieter, more insidious intrusion of fear or melancholy that prompted such an incomplete record? The unfinished words cling to the pages like shadows, whispering mysteries that elude understanding. Those who held vigil near longships reported peculiar lights dancing along the coast, perhaps a strange glow accompanying the keeper's vanishing. For the villagers and mariners who watched and waited, these accounts only deepened the mystery, breathing life into legends that time would embellish. The missing keeper became something more, an ephemeral specter, or perhaps even a tragic figure swallowed whole by the ocean's wide embrace, an enigma beyond the grasp of mortal comprehension. The sea has long been home to myths, a canvas upon which countless stories have been painted. Among the lore whispered by the waves are tales of the Merrows, mystical spirits said to hold ancient knowledge, and sometimes the souls of men. Did these mythical beings entice the keeper into the deep with promises woven in the language of the sea? Or were such tales born out of humanity's need to script meaning into the inscrutable vastness that is the ocean? Turning from the mythical to the rational, we consider the psychological impact of prolonged solitude. The very nature of a lighthouse keeper's duty placed them under enormous psychological strain. Isolation could become an abyss, a hollowness that swallowed sanity whole, transforming whispers of the wind into voices echoing within the keeper's mind. Was it this relentless solitude that drove the keeper from Longship's light into oblivion, walked silently off the edge of reality? History offers many echoes of such mysteries, a tapestry where the stories of vanished men repeat through time, each instance a refrain in the ballad of the sea. The Flannan Isles served as another verse, with 3 men disappearing from their post, leaving only silence and speculation in their wake. Could these events be intertwined, reflections of the same elusive shadow that sways silently across history's stage? The keeper's personal story is like a ghost theme within the symphony of this mystery. Here was a man with his own dreams and burdens, a thread in the larger fabric who sought both adventure and solitude within the lighthouse's lonely lantern. Was there something within his past, some drive or dark shadow, that led him willingly beyond the light's protective watch? The late 19th century was a paradox of technological advancement and constraint. Communication lines tethered Longship's light to the world, but were frangible, breaking under the strain of tempests or sea surges. A spare lifeline, only occasionally replenished by visits from supply boats, offered fleeting contact with the broader world. Within these constraints, the keeper's role persisted, a sanctuary against the unknown, but also a prison of sorts. As we ponder the vanished keeper's fate, we cannot ignore the ocean's symbolic resonance. The sea's eternal rhythms mirror the ebb and flow of human thought and emotion. It is an endless tapestry, woven with both real and imagined threads, where man's subconscious dances with dreams and fears. Did the calm that cradled the keeper on his last known day speak of stories untold, folded into the waves' unwavering embrace? Reimagining the last moments of the keeper is an exercise in patience and poetic speculation. Imagine the sounds within those stone walls, the wind's distant wail, the methodical angular sweep of the beacon, and then imagine their sudden cessation. Did he see or feel something beckoning beyond the rocks, something that spoke only to him? The community's reaction was intense, a ripple of fear and wonder cascading through the local populace. They exchanged stories and suspicions, imaginations running wild to fill the void with spectral lore and half-remembered tales. In their eyes, the light was never just a beacon, but a monument wrapped beautifully in mystery and awe, where even the mundane could transform into the unfathomable. In the fluid realm of myth, the events at Longship's Light feed interpretations both symbolic and spectacular. Some speak of spiritual transitions, portals into alternate existences that the keeper may have stumbled across, as if by mystical design. In this interplay between logic and legend, a framework emerges, vast and tantalizing in its absence of answers, leaving imagination and speculation to reign. Yet lighthouses, too, have their own spiritual presence. They are conduits between the mortal realm and the divine, standing as symbols of hope and guidance across perilous seas. Could they also influence energies, drawing the inexplicable within their beams? Perhaps the keeper was more than a custodian of light, instead embodying an intricate connection to the infinite, a guardian of mysteries beyond explanation. Stories abound of phantoms haunting the solitary tower at Longships, eerie apparitions, whispering winds, and odd visions inspire belief that the keeper, or something of his essence, lingers still, unable to look away from the sea's inexorable weight. These tales invite curiosity, weaving new layers into the fabric of an already dense and melancholic mystery. For modern visitors, Longship's Light exerts an undeniable pull, a mysterious gravity drawing them into its orbit of history and lore. Their experiences are timeless, carried along by whispers of those who've stood before the same ancient stones. It is a meditative pilgrimage to a space where fact and fiction glide like twin shadows, stitching an emotional undercurrent that resonates both within and beyond the lighthouse's hallowed chambers. British folklore is rich with tales of sea-borne phenomena, steeped in stories of pirates, spirits, and inexplicable encounters. Nestled within such a tradition, Longships stands as a shrine to a mystery forever linked to the sea's whispering myths. It reflects our shared human experience, casting the lighthouse's light not just onto the ocean's horizon, but into the depths of our own storied past. The sands of time have altered perceptions of this mystery, as each generation peers through its own lens of understanding. Where Victorian skepticism once sought reason, today's reflections weave cultural insights and empathy into the broader narrative. Exploring these discrepancies enriches our appreciation of the mystery, creating a mosaic of interpretations open to each new audience. Many artists have drawn inspiration from Longships, crafting stories set within its mystique. Writers and filmmakers shape its real-life enigma into new stories, each echoing the themes of isolation, fear, and an eternal search for meaning. Every adaptation brings the legend to life anew, casting the vanished keeper into the annals of artistic exploration and remembrance. Across the corridor of time, voices emerge as echoes of those who have pondered Longship's enigma. Seafarers and mystics, philosophers and poets speak to us across ages, their words a warm glow against the lighthouse's shadowed tale. Their reflections resonate, not simply meditating on Longship's Light, but on our eternal search for truth within the seas of our existence. Ultimately, Longships embodies a magnetic pull, irresistible in its blend of real and mythic elements. Lighthouses are symbols of perseverance and determination, their solitary presence over oceans echoing stories of hope and guidance. Longships. Light stands as a keeper of mysteries, forever offering a beacon to those who search, drawing hearts and minds alike into its wondrous circle. In closing, we are reminded that the mystery of Longship's Light is a reflection not just of history or myth, but of a profound bond between human consciousness and the vast unknown. The story persists, calling us to explore, question, and imagine, a lighthouse not merely of stone and light, but of enduring enigma. Though some mysteries remain forever veiled, the allure of searching them out binds us to the ancient stories that drift always just beyond on the waves of time. Anacapa Island, a triad of islets nestled within Channel Islands National Park in California, is a mystical place. The rugged beauty and enigmatic aura it possesses have intrigued sailors and visitors for generations. Established in 1932, the Anacapa Island Lighthouse was intended as a sanctuary, guiding mariners safely through treacherous Pacific waters. Yet, beneath the vivid sunsets and at the edge of jagged cliffs, this lighthouse harbors secrets that pulse with the echoes of untold stories. These tales, often burgeoning with mystery, illustrate a discord between the island's natural splendor and its darker history. Anacapa's legacy is marked by ominous disappearances, unexplained phenomena, and a spectral presence known as the ghost light that flickers defiance against darkness long after its keepers have vanished. The lighthouse's construction was a triumph of engineering, a beacon of safety meant to avert shipwrecks and facilitate safe passage. Yet, as the years unfurled, it became entwined with a narrative that transcends physical reality, a juxtaposition of technology and mystery that navigates between the tangible world and the realms beyond comprehension. The lighthouse keepers of Anacapa served as custodians of light and safety, their responsibilities shaping their solitary existence on this isolated isle. These guardians, tasked with the maintenance of machinery and the observation of tempestuous weather conditions, were links in a chain that stretched beyond mere survival. Their lives, snug against the rhythmic pulse of the sea, were imbued with a quiet heroism. This serene dedication, however, could also foster isolation's burden, a solitude that weighed as much as their constant vigil. The storms at sea, unexpected but not unprecedented, were a keeper's worst nightmare, conjuring a melee of rain and gales that demanded constant attention. But one fateful night, the tempest left more than its habitual scars on Anacapa's weather-worn flanks. When calm returned, the island was eerily silent. The keepers had vanished, claimed by an ocean that gave no quarter to those it took. Left behind were stories more surreal than reality, whispered over wind-swept waters within a void where the known and unknowable danced an eternal waltz. Across this haunted canvas of sea and sky, the ghost light became a luminary of legend, an incarnation of supernatural wonderment. This inexplicable beacon defied explanation, its unerring glow persisting even in the absence of human hands to tend its flame. To mariners and wanderers alike, the light became both spectacle and sentinel, a threshold where curiosity intertwined with an ancient dread, forming layers upon layers of narrative weaving through time. The narratives that enveloped this luminescent anomaly extended into the sinews of maritime lore, where superstition and supernatural belief coalesced into a body of affable reverence. Sailors whispered of the ocean's uncanny abilities to loop time and thread the curtains separating worlds. Anacapa's spectral luminescence contributed to this rich tapestry, an embroidery of stories that acknowledged the unyielding spirit realm as much a part of the nautical fabric as the tides themselves. In these uncertain waters, theories of the unseen emerged, a collision of scientific inquiry and mysticism at the heart of the ghost light's enigma. While some scientific theories posited natural phenomena, such as bioluminescent organisms or atmospheric aberrations, They could not quell the narratives that telegraphed encounters transcending mundane reality. The island was whispered to be a catalyst, a crossroads of shimmering presence woven from the very essence of the ether. For the communities scattered along coasts, maritime folklore remained a cultural treasure, imparting a collective understanding seasoned with stories told in coastal taverns over generations. These narratives, soaked in the legacy of Anacapa's secrets, nurtured communal bonds, sculpting a shared identity of those who had felt the ocean's touch. Investigations into these mysteries unfolded over time, motivated by both official obligation and personal curiosity. Inquiries stretched from the government halls entrenched in empirical study to intimate circles drawn to the spirit's whispers. Though exhaustive, these explorations often led to inconclusive ends, leaving remnants of a tale told more by the gaps and silences than the spoken word. In a broader cultural context, Anacapa's phenomena paralleled global lore on mysterious lights, like the will-o'-the-wisp or St. Elmo's fire. Across cultures, these luminescent manifestations served as powerful symbols, casting meanings that danced between realms, inviting diverse interpretations. To those grounded in California's landscapes, they signified more than mere spectacle. They were gentle beckonings toward introspection and discovery amidst ambiguity. Modern methods have introduced fresh perspectives, employing advanced technology to explore the unknown, veiled by Anacapa's myths. Drones and sophisticated sensors map the intangible, capturing visual patterns as yet unexplained. Even as tools evolve, the island resists becoming a footnote in a climactic tale, inviting fresh inquisitors into the fold of its perennial mystery, urging them toward understanding rather than categorization. The promise of preservation has embraced Anacapa's past, intertwining physical restoration with the curation of its stories. Visitors are encouraged to explore these veiled horizons, engaged through events and exhibitions that celebrate this interplay of nature and legend. These efforts ensure that the island's soul persists, vibrating in step with the generations who breathed its myths into the winds above converging seas. Philosophically, Anacapa prompts broader musings, drawing seekers across temporal thresholds. The tale of the ghost light is a meditative journey beckoning one toward the interplay of light and dark, a search for illumination that transcends immediate comprehension. This lighthouse stands as a symbol of humanity's perpetual aspiration to see and be seen, of a dance between curiosity's vibrant embrace and the nebulous silence of the unknowable. The collaborative pursuit of knowledge expands narratives beyond the immediate, with science and mysticism embracing a dialogue nurtured on shared ground. These phenomena invite preparations that weave scientific data into the threads of experience, crafting a tapestry where no single perspective holds dominion, where mystical journeys and empirical knowledge waltz in harmonic resonation. Anacapa's tale mirrors lighthouse mysteries globally, reflections of an enduring conversation spoken across oceans from Scotland's Elan Moor to the treacherous waters surrounding Du Hartack Lighthouse. These stories connect mariners and their ethereal narratives, binding communities across seas through shared echoes of revelation and riddle, of terror and transcendence. Technological advances bridge and illuminate the continuum of Anacapa's mystery, capturing fleeting symphonies in data points and interpretations. By peeling back layers once held in speculative grasp, they redefine how narratives of light and shadow are juxtaposed within the poetic rhythm of the island's enigmatic lore. Scientific explorations propose natural origins, hypothesizing elements within Anacapa's landscape that might mimic the mysterious ghost light's vivid recurrence. These analytic efforts sweep study across multiple spectrums, threading comprehension through shades created within the confluence of observable and philosophical understanding. The myths entwined with Anacappa's identity remain vivid, living beings sustained by those who seek their embrace. They transform into annual pilgrimages, gatherings of kindred spirits magnetized by storytelling free from empirical restraint and defined within communion's embrace. Today, Anacappa represents both past glory and spectral legacy, a beacon inviting through its tales all who crave concert with the ethereal. As new stories arise, shaped by each step upon its ancient soil, Anacappa continues to align with currents, presenting tomorrow's seekers with horizons that shimmer with mysteries poised for binding in luminous reflection. Personal accounts, woven from direct experience upon the Isle, enrich the legacy, chronicling encounters where inspiration transcends form. Within these first-hand narratives, communal voices are heard, translating whispers into visions, embracing presences that brush against linear time with effervescence. Discourse shared across generations ensures lasting knowledge, a living symphony woven into communal consciousness as new insights trace old pathways. Within heritage's embrace, Anacappa's resonances continue to shepherd new perspectives, unfolding the island's manifold mysteries upon the collective horizon's edge. Celebrating Anacappa within literature and media deepens its cultural resonance, transforming its narrative into art that thrives across realms both visual and lyrical. In these expressions, its enigma becomes a canvas where creators explore the ineffable, crafting stories that guide humanity through ephemeral dimensions. Anacappa's enduring allure invites nurture through community commitment and educational engagement, illustrating stories that interlace ambiguity with inquiry. By welcoming all who will listen, these efforts fortify the guardianship of its legacy, perpetuating Anacappa's role as a living narrative amongst the echoes displayed by the crashing waves. Looking toward the future, Anacappa remains a vessel swirling with light and shade, constantly revealing newfound dimensions to those who venture forth. As environmental stewardship combines with burgeoning public insight, intersections illuminate the path for discovering. The future, as articulate as the past, remembers the resonance of the island's haunting glow. In conclusion, Anacappa embodies a passage transcending reality's immediate considerations, engraving upon it tales that reverberate beyond temporal constraint. Its ghost light, shining through the chapters of history, marks a space where humanity continually seeks truth, an expression tangible yet ephemeral, whispering through ancient veils with timeless allure, safeguarding illumination against the gathering mists of eternity. In the windswept solitude of the Atlantic, Great Isaac Cay stands as a lone island, cast adrift among the endless cerulean waves that lap gently at its shores. Here, on this small, isolated piece of land, the lighthouse towers like an ancient guardian, peering into the vastness of the ocean, unyielding against time and tide. The lighthouse of Great Isaac Cay, created in the 19th century, is both a marvel of engineering and a monument to mystery. Though no longer operational, its stories echo through the passage of time, captivating those drawn to its eerie solitude and unspoken tales. The métier of a lighthouse keeper, steeped in cycles of repetition and reflection, demanded a soul capable of weathering long bouts of isolation, guarding against the relentless forces of nature while tending the flame of light. It was in this unique crucible of endurance and silence that two keepers vanished. leaving behind a tale as foggy as the stormy nights they endured. How could it be that despite the tranquility of the calm seas, chaos reigned, swathing their disappearance in enigmatic whispers? Their untold story emerges as a beacon, forever exiled on the horizons of comprehension, beckoning us to ponder the intersection of light, darkness, and human frailty. The profound role lighthouses played in the Bahama archipelago, a strategic fulcrum of maritime trade routes, underscores their historical and navigational significance. These beacons, constructed during a time of colonial ambition, were instruments of security, seeking to protect the seafarers negotiating treacherous reefs and restless tides. Within this framework, lighthouses symbolized mankind's dominion over the ocean's caprice, marking humanity's resilience in the face of formidable natural forces. Yet, they also eclipsed the people who inhabited them, contesting the equilibrium between progress and personal sacrifices. The advent of automated systems gradually erasing the human presence, leaving stone towers ghostly and deserted. Great Isaac K., with its stories and absences, epitomizes this paradox and the complex tapestries woven into its historical narrative. As 1969 unfolded, a year of seismic transformations forging humanity's steps upon the lunar surface, beneath the spotlight of such progress lay parallel shadows, as stories of vanishing figures went unnoticed, yet indelibly marked. It was an age where old superstitions intermingled with burgeoning technological feats, a world grappling with the mysteries both of the stars and of the deeper unknowns hiding in plain sight. Against this backdrop of exploration and economic turbulence, localized tales of great Isaac K.'s disappearances have constantly intrigued those yearning to unveil confined mysteries, juxtaposing the ghosts of reason with whispers of folkloric premonitions. It is amid this intrigue that narratives began to surface, recalling how a storm, fierce and formidable, inexplicably birthed in rumor yet absent in evidence, enveloped the keepers. Could the ocean itself, typically characterized as a sedate player, have birthed an imaginary weather phenomenon, steeped in the collective mind, enveloping the island in a tempest of illusion? It is an invitation to explore isolation's tyrannical grasp over cognition, untangling the threads of maritime myth and the mental theaters unraveling within the lighthouse walls. These wisps of mystery dance like the elusive phosphorescence upon the night sea, a light that briefly illuminates, only to evaporate before full comprehension is garnered. Discovery dawned quietly, as investigators, driven by duty and curiosity, uncovered an orderly, deserted lighthouse that defied expectation. Scarcely a sign of haste marred the scene. An untouched sanctuary waited in solemn silence, its light unwaveringly guarding the sea. What could possibly excuse the absence of alarm, as if the careful hands of its keepers had eternally relinquished their posts, not in panic, but prompting silent, contemplative surrender? As inquiries waned, mysteries only deepened, revealing the pernicious quiet enveloping the lighthouse's hollows, challenging our perception of a serene hideaway turned shadowed enigma. The keepers, those solitary guardians of undulating horizons, emerge through the mist of history as phantoms, beings forever caught in between duty and destiny. Cloaked in their half-seen identities, their lives painted a tableau of stoic guardianship, attending the beacons guiding mariners through peril. Peering into their lives, enriched by fragments of letters and reflections cloaked in the privacy of diaries, allows us a fleeting contact with them. In these words, we uncover humans poised on the brink of resilience and vulnerability, whose existence sang with the lonely melody of light challenging darkness, echoing the solitary occupation of tending a beacon amid endless sea and sky. We are invited to wander through labyrinthine theories, each spanning from the tangible to the ethereal, as we traverse the corridors of plausible reality and fantastical conjecture. Rational perspectives propose unnoticed calamities or accidents veiled within ordinary processes, while the folklore-ridden paths lead us to unfathomable encounters, whispers of ethereal intruders or elemental forces bearing witness to ancient mysteries. Both reflect our boundless quest to navigate the converging territories of myth and matter, where the shore of reason meets the undulating sea of imagination, each wave birthing tales as timeless as the ocean itself. The Caribbean is awash with cultural vibrancy and mysticism, imbuing Great Isaac Cay with folktales steeped in spectral lore. Here, legends flourish in transient phantoms and mysterious apparitions, binding islanders and outsiders alike in ghost-touched awe. As whispers of the supernatural entwine with retellings, an intricate tapestry unfolds with the Kai's tale, fusing the esoteric with embroidered history, binding the community into a shared weave of past and present. Standing in the liminal perceivability of Great Isaac's Lighthouse, we encounter the ephemeral moment dividing certainty and enigma, a beacon not merely guiding mariners across seas but guiding minds through the often muddy-watered juxtapositions of known and unknown. It is an intrinsic threshold where worldly boundaries blur with spiritual expanses. Here, Great Isaac Cay provides insight into the sanctuaries of threshold space, a spirit world accessible through a lighthouse, encircling narratives of passage and perceptibility, echoing off the walls of human fears and wondrous possibilities. The ocean, eternal as time itself, harbors the intimate duality of life and loss, a boundless fabric enveloping the tales of those who dwell upon its cusp. Great Isaac, nestled within her azure embrace, punctuates this relationship, a sentinel at the interface of marine majesty and human endurance. These lives, entwined with the ocean's eternal ambiguity, echo frail human endeavors to master the boundless and sea-washed horizon that guards confoundingly against destiny's capricious hand. Beyond sheer utility, the lighthouse's beacon interfaces with realms deeper than practical navigation, standing as a fierce guardian against encroaching darkness. It is an eternal tussle, a dancing illusion of luminance combating shadow, matching inner spiritual struggles to illuminate the arcane rivers of internal darkness. Here, at Great Isaac's ethereal altar, those missing moments toiled in the fight between knowing and the unknowable, compelling the drama into a universe perpetual with symbolic interplay. Great Isaac Cay cradles human minds beneath its silent lens, exploring the psychological boundaries drawn by isolated duty, the precariousness of solitary existence, imparting resilience measured against minds scanning an infinite horizon beyond glass-ensconced light. We arrive, through winding reflections, at the proximity shared by isolation and openness, where the keeper's thoughts may have been scarred by the ocean's whisper or by thoughts unmoored from time. Seek truths through this psychological dimension in the ephemeral arena of lighthouses. In partnership to missing figures, ubiquitous companions weave their spectral threads through this narrative. Ghostly entities manifest as companions to this island, echoes of ancient maritime traditions adopted into stories of presence, which blaze tender fear or solemn reverie into visitor and islander alike. Vibrant folklore, planted and nurtured within Great Isaac's shadow, carves likenesses out of ephemeral memories, rendering phantoms alive while balancing existence and imagined presence eternally. Maritime cultures breathe life into seafaring rituals and superstitions, observing the domains invisible to ship and shore. These ancient customs cloak the great Isaac mystery with a tapestry woven by tales of reverence and awe, navigating the waters of myth and reminding us of the delicate dance mortals perform before the elements. A world away from certainty, these rituals abide in living memory, guiding us through fathoms of lore, linking Lightkeeper to sea, Keeper to sky, unveiling deeper mystery spun into maritime whisperings. As we discover supernatural avenues beyond reason, skepticism might decry these endeavors as folly, yet buried within these stories are rich cultural artifacts expressing humanity's unyielding quest to silhouette unknown shapes into familiar bonds. Entering these spectral domains reflects humanity's archetypal narrative dance, swaying beyond doubt to embrace dimensions where light gives way to shadowy realms, embracing the stories echoing between mythic belief and empirical understanding. The symbolic act of taking leave, vanishing spirits caught in temporal pause, authors inquisitive chapters where truth and fiction brush against incompleteness, compelling the vanished to bloom into mysteries resolved only by imagined ends. Here, amid the mythos of Great Isaac K, these swirling chapters beckon each guest drifting across emotion, bridging the ethereal threads between existence and absence, etching meditative flights across invisible strands, mirroring humanity's pursuit of resolution in transient being. Ritual ceremonies unfurl in salutation to the ethereal and the elusive, honoring the seafaring souls, once tangible by touch, but to those left only palpable in memory. Every intangibility offers its own tribute, pursuing resonances gauged upon the ever-curving horizon, amongst whispers and oaths propagating reflection within tradition's lustrous depths, where symbolic markers of loss ebb and flow through reef and breaker to chart mythos' course anew, amid speech gliding to depthless ends. Yet as mysteries cocoon themselves within the structure of physical lore, they emerge entwined with esoteric mysteries, embodying nuances and symbolism which crumble under truth's absences. The lantern's enduring vigil providing epistemic ponderings, elusive only amid inquisitive dreamscapes, existing entwined to multiplicity, tethered to imaginative vastness. Through these reflections upon the Keeper's disappearance, each unanswered question becomes an open doorway beckoning the willing toward discovery. A lighthouse aglow with the allure of narrative's shadowed histographic mist that wraps round the shoulders of those exploring within and beyond its desolate walls. Rolling truth to once more unravel lines connecting visions kaleidoscopically, enveloping through every storm's depths. In realms of art and wording, capturing these spectral shores, like paint upon canvas, reverberant ether touches these untold stories, gracing strokes, bending histories arcing boundlessly among dimensions, enhancing multifaceted decadence, stretching narrative worlds, embracing contemplation amidst expressive possibility, where each lighthouse tale extends further into unwritten spaces, further etched into time's ever-growth. Thus, as tales of Great Isaac wend and weave the lore, grasped past memory steadfastly, echoing into communal tradition, linking vignette to tribute perpetually blazing through language and grandiloquent rites, reflecting dedication bathed in eternity's chiaroscuro. Great Isaac's mystery propagates eternally, seeding imagination across the geography of shadows, spinning woven narratives, pondering truths, faintly whispered above foam's eternal visage, worshipping transience, merging drama into life eternal. In the restless waters off the west coast of Scotland stands Skerryvore Lighthouse, a sentinel of stone against the chaotic sea. Conceived by the mind of Alan Stevenson, the lighthouse embodied human ingenuity and perseverance, embracing the wind-swept isolation as an unyielding bastion against nature's fury. Opened in the spring of 1844, its light cast more than mere illumination. It was a symbol of defiance and hope, anchoring seafarers' faith in the promise of guiding beams. Yet, despite its luminous promise, Skerryvore found itself intertwined with a tapestry of enigma and tragedy that echoed beyond the tumult of crashing waves. The lighthouse's construction was itself a tale of epic challenges, demanding both logistical brilliance and sheer will to overcome the tempestuous elements. Set against waves that could dwarf its towering structure, Skerryvore sparked awe and trepidation in equal measure. Within its walls, however, lay stories untold, stories of men who braved isolation and peril, leaving behind whispers of their own legends. It was in the very same year of its inauguration that a fire draped Skerryvore in a shroud of smoke and mystery. The flames tore into its soul, threatening to extinguish the light that promised sanctuary to the vessels navigating treacherous waters. The sudden blaze, unbidden and relentless, consumed parts of the structure with voracious hunger. Left in its ashen wake were questions as ethereal as the smoke that dissipated into the brisk sea air. The cause of this fiery calamity remains obscured in the maritime lore. From the errant handling of oil lamps to the wrath of a lightning strike, no singular truth emerged to stanch the flow of speculation. Amidst this destructive inferno, the ultimate fate of those stationed at Skerryvore remained a haunting refrain in the annals of lighthouse keeping. Of the keepers who endured watchful isolation along the ceaseless shores, only one body was found, leaving shadows to claim the rest in their eternal embrace. Their identities blurred into the fog of history, becoming ephemeral phantoms amidst the stone and surf. Men who lived by the light, swallowed by darkness, their stories dissolved in the incessant roar of the ocean. They lingered as ghostly questions, tethered to the annals of mystique by slender threads of memory. Life at Skerryvore was a solitude of the spirit, a hermitage enforced by the expanse of water that separated it from the mainland. Here, in the Fortress of Light, keepers lived lives intertwined with the rhythm of the sea, lonely, introspective, perpetually at arm's length from society. The psychological toll demanded by the constant companionship of insistent waves sang in concert with the unending isolation, pressing against the keepers' souls with a weighty insistence. In their patience and perseverance, they became the silent guardians of both light and darkness. The duty of the lighthouse keeper in the 19th century bore the weight of nobility and adversity. These unsung stalwarts stood watch over sailors, invisible protectors against treacherous coastlines. Yet, their noble service masked an undercurrent of peril as they battled the wrath of nature and the solitude of isolated existence. The fire that scarred Skerryvore was but one chapter in a larger narrative, revealing the tacit sacrifices made by those bound to their silent watch. This occurrence at Skerryvore was emblematic of a narrative steeped in the painful understanding felt only by those who dared the intersection of solitude and looming danger. Technology, nascent and promising in its glow, marked both salvation and hazard for the lighthouse keepers. The very oil lamps intended for guidance held the potential for destruction within their delicate assembly. Here lay a dichotomy of innovation sitting perilously close to disaster's edge. Skerryvore, a beacon of maritime advancement, mirrored this duality, its intricate design manifesting both magnificence and risk. The keepers navigated this duality, vigilant against the encroaching darkness born by chance. Nature, formidable and unyielding, was a constant companion, both ally and adversary in this grand tableau of existence. The sea, with its moods both beautiful and terrifying, framed the keepers' lives, whispering promises in its lull and threats in its tumult. Every storm that battered Skerryvore was a testament to the relentless might of the natural world, an awe-inspiring dance between creation and destruction. In these elemental forces, the keepers found both solace and challenge, the same vastness that contained wonder also possessing the power to devour. In the sparse survivor accounts left in the wake of the blaze, there lingers the promise of unsolved riddles, fragments of truth left tantalizing on the winds. Yet, these whispering voices are scant, washed away by time's relentless tide, leaving gaps that yearn to be bridged by the imagination of those who follow. The absence of direct testimony renders the Skerryvore enigma amorphous, inviting both haunting conjectures and the blossoming of imaginative narratives. The lighthouse stood isolated, communications sparing and unreliable, wrapped in an isolation exacerbated by the creeping silence of invisibility. Within this void, Skerryvore operated, its tragedies and triumphs alike existing at the whim of untold and unseen elements. Any calls for aid fused with the roar of the elements, lost to the ether as surely as those who tended its light. According to local lore, Skerryvore became fertile ground for stories that transcended the material world, a fertile tapestry of folklore and legend. Here, spectral figures are said to dance between stones, ghostly keepers endlessly minding a light that refuses to dim. These tales, built from the whispers of wind and the lullaby of the sea, weave into the lighthouse's history, offering a glimpse beyond the veil into realms enchanted and unseen. For those who dwelt within Skerryvore's embrace, sheer barrenness and silence were omnipresent, crafting a relationship between man and solitude that few could imagine. The unyielding constancy of isolation possessed its own destructive might, capable of unraveling the fabric of camaraderie and self alike. Within this framework, the disappearance from Skerryvore might be seen not solely as a physical absence, but an existential relief from the weighty desolation endured. To unravel the mystery of that fateful fire, one must seek the fragile threads of sequence preceding its spark. Though official records leave much to imagination, they provide fleeting glimpses of the calm before disruption. This forensic unraveling urges caution, each step a careful conversation between fact and invention, compelling us toward the junction of light and shadow. External influences hover at the fringes of the Skerryvore tale, silent witnesses to an unseen interplay. Whether wildlife or obscure maritime maneuvers, historical specters rest, invisible but potent, intertwined with the broader narrative. These hidden forces highlight the interconnectivity of the lighthouse with its environment, a weaving of fate's fabric that binds the extraordinary with the mundane. Weather played a profound role in the drama that unfolded, a capricious character capable of profound impact without warning. The storms that lashed Skerryvore challenged the keeper's resolve and added complex layers to the narrative of disappearance. Here, nature acts not passively, but rather as an active participant in shadowy ballet, embodying both refuge's promise and ruthless might. Official investigations, grasping at clarity in the murk, endeavored to extract understanding from the chaos. Yet their struggles yielded only fragmentary insights. leaving the Skerryvore mystery entwined with uncertainty. The conjectures these investigations seeded persist into the present, echoing through time with an enduring fascination that defies resolution. The architectural prowess of Skerryvore transcends its storm-battered form, an enduring testimony to humanity's relentless quest for navigation safety. Those who vanished are etched into this stone monument, forever merging their dedication with the lighthouse's legacy. Visitors standing before its majesty are invited into contemplation, borne by the same salty air that carries stories of old. For those left behind, grappling with the shrouded destinies of their loved ones, Skerryvore remains an enigmatic specter, an unresolved puzzle haunting the boundaries of closure. Such absence in the chronicles of lighthouse-keeping mirrors broader human uncertainties, latching on to the imagination with a spectral grip. Within the vacant corridors and atop the empty stones, silence resonates with questions unuttered, a canvas for the curious who dare pursue the lighthouse's secrets. This echoing void tantalizes and provokes, inviting the curious to engage in the eternal dance between fact and conjecture. Skerryvore's legacy transcends mere historical curiosity, inspiring those who craft from its mysteries tales both captivating and profound. Art and literature, casting shadows of their own, offer a continuum for the lighthouse's allure, an etching of fascination, both ancient and timeless. With the advent of modern technology, whispers of Skerryvore speak of mysteries that might someday demystify, expanding the ways in which age-old riddles present paths to revelation. The line between science and mystery blurs, reminding us that every answer found may reveal yet another layer to uncover. Approaching such a profound mystery requires a finely tuned ethical framework, one that honors the specters who once breathed life into Skerryvore's hollow halls. Engaging its enigmas involves more than mere discovery. It is an intimate covenant to guard the humanity entangled within its stone. As the Skerryvore narrative wends its way into history's collective psyche, it encourages each seeker to reach personal conclusions among the shadows of possibility. In the interplay of darkness and light, each tale ennobles the vast continuum of mystery, adding depth to our understanding of humanity's curiosity in the face of the unexplained. Standing amid the echoes of Skerryvore's legacy demonstrates how the lessons housed within its enigmatic history resonate with contemporary discourse. The lighthouse stands timeless, a crucible for reflection and inspiration that speaks to the resilience of human spirit. Recasting Skerryvore's story opens portals to unexpected realms of thought, inviting minds to wander amid new spectrums of understanding. As these whispers of legacy invite us to imagine afresh, they underscore the shared human quest for wisdom. In this silent, sea-bound realm, Skerryvore exists as a symbol, embodying time's majestic passage. It is an eternal glimmer on the horizon, beckoning all who pause to consider the mysteries etched within its enduring seaward gaze. In the eternal dance between sea and sky, where the waves kiss the rocky coastlines, the lighthouses stand like ancient sentinels, guardians of stories left untold. Their beacons pierce the fog, cutting through the dark, whispering secrets of mariners and keepers long vanished into the unknown. Here, the sea is a profound keeper of secrets, shrouded in mystery and depth, both captivating and daunting in its vastness. Those who once dared to station themselves along its remote shores found an omnipresent companion in the ocean's embrace. With each tide and current, the sea reshaped the coastlines, its dynamic presence reclaiming what was lost to time, all the while keeping its most enigmatic secrets jealously close. The ocean, by virtue of its very nature, swallows whole the mysteries of the world, enveloping what it consumes without a trace. For those tasked with keeping the light, the sea became both a cherished ally and an unpredictable foe, respected yet never fully trusted. Cultural myths abound with tales of the ocean's mysteries, where ships have vanished, leaving only silent echoes of their voyages. Much like these ghostly vessels, lighthouse keepers, too, have disappeared, their fates absorbed into the labyrinthine abyss, and their stories tangled in the ocean's tempestuous embrace. Isolation defines the life of a lighthouse keeper, stationed at the edge of the world where the daily bustle of humanity fades into the cries of gulls and the lapping of waves. In this solitude, every creak of the timbers and whisper of the wind becomes amplified, a reminder of the vast emptiness surrounding them. Historical accounts reveal that many keepers faced their isolation as an existential journey, a battleground of the mind suspended between the vast sky and rolling sea. Alone, they were offered moments of indescribable beauty and peace, yet these were interspersed with the sharp edges of despair, anxiety, and fear. In exploring this solitude, one finds a glimpse of the psychological burdens that weigh upon a keeper's soul. Left to their own thoughts, perceptions skewed by isolation, some experienced paranoia, hallucinations, or an unfounded dread. The lighthouse, removed from society's firm hold, became a crucible for these mental strains, where the mind could wander to places both terrible and profound. As keepers delved into the depths of their psyche, their experiences may have been warped under the heavy weight of solitude, leaving behind only the faintest trace of their passing as they disappeared into the sea's enduring lore. Wind and water, those unruly guardians of nature's caprice, set the stage for many a keeper's untimely end. Storms could rise without warning, turning calm seas to boiling maelstroms, swallowing whole any evidence left in their wake. Sudden squalls and rogue waves, phenomena that defy prediction, have taken even the most seasoned of mariners by surprise. So too did they claim the lives of lighthouse keepers, vanishing them without a trace. Calm suddenly became chaos. The watchtower left empty amidst the rage of nature's forces, adding layers to an ever-evolving nautical enigma. The sea and sky play out their willful drama upon the stage of rugged cliffs and unforgiving tides, where tidal surges and unexpected waves erase all traces of presence. Here, even the most resolute guardian, armed with stone towers and unyielding flesh, can find themselves abruptly unmoored by the elemental fury. At the front line of Earth's most relentless power, the Keeper's Lighthouse stands as a testament, a bulwark against nature's might, yet itself only a fragile barrier against the full wrath of wind and water. Every lighthouse holds within it a body of stories, legends etched in the minds of coastal communities and passed down through generations. Tales of haunting spirits, spectral lights, and wails carried on the wind are woven into the folklore, blurring the lines between myth and reality. Each disappearance becomes another chapter to add to this ghostly canon, where the flesh and blood of history melds seamlessly into the ethereal threads of the supernatural. Lighthouses, as the bearers of mythological weight, grow into behemoths of legend with each retelling. These structures, perched upon shores where tightly knit communities thrive, take on larger-than-life personas as local storytellers weave their sagas. Their narratives entertain, yet serve a greater societal role, preserving within their stone the enigmatic aura and collective mysteries that bind communities together through the mysteries of the sea. They speak of a mysticism that elevates the structure beyond mere stone and glass, transforming it into an icon of transcendental mystery. In the solitude of their posts, lighthouse keepers carried burdens known only to those who stood alone against the horizon's vast expanse. They were pioneers of solitude, carved out of a life dictated by the rhythmic turning of lenses and the ever-watchful sea. Straddling emptiness and presence, their existence intertwined with the towering beacons they tended. Tasked with vigilance over machines and lamps that demanded constant care, their isolation was both literal and metaphorical, a circumstance demanding profound introspection. As custodians, these men and women embraced their solitude with the stoicism of philosophers grappling with existential query. Removed from societal norms, their lives became subject to the relentless routine of guardianship, heads bowed against the element's persistent advance. Lapses in focus or a simple misstep bore dire consequences, the intense pressure ever present, a reminder of their isolated duty. And when they disappeared, it was as though they answered that final call of solitude, stepping off the edge and into history's all-consuming oblivion. Lighthouses, emblematic of an era when the sea was an uncharted expanse, leave their keepers marooned in a time untouched by modernity. Standing resolute against the passage of days, they act as time capsules, relics from when seafaring was a survivalist's venture. The towers remain, icons of timelessness that mask the endless watchfulness of their keepers. Removed from modernity's swift current, these guardians lived lives dictated by antiquated rhythms, their existence a flickering flame in an age progressing rapidly beyond their reach. Amidst the familiar tang of salt air, these keepers carried forth the narratives of their forebears. Their routines became scriptures of identity held aloft by isolation. Removed from the electric grid and unburdened by convenience, they stood as outliers in a world swiftly shifting towards complexity. When they vanished, their loss was felt all the more keenly against the grand tapestry of history, an ironic twist of fate that saw them anchored to an unbroken past, removed even from the reach of time itself. The light, a beacon of hope and guidance for sailors adrift on dark nights, stands as a metaphor for the paradox within each keeper's existence. Its duality is a profound enigma of its own, a guide to mariners and a constant companion to the keeper's solitude. It casts its glow far out into the night, illuminating not only the deadly shoals, but also the emptiness around it. This dual role as both guide and isolator speaks to the mystery of existence, where luminous hope and shadowy loneliness walk hand in hand. The keeper becomes a part of this dichotomy, watching the light play its part while grappling with quiet isolation. The ever-turning light is both a comfort and a reminder of their solitary vigil. Even as it reaches out across the waves, it stands as a testament to humanity's desire to conquer the darkness and its haunting solitude. In this space between light and loneliness, the keeper finds themselves caught in the music of isolation, a melody echoing through the night as they ponder the vastness of the world beyond their reach. Technological advances have brought remarkable changes to maritime navigation, yet many lighthouse mysteries remain unsolved, poignant memorials to our investigative journey from past to present. Despite modern advancements in search and rescue technologies, countless disappearances remain unsolved. Erosion of records, shifts in the ocean floor, and the relentless passage of time contribute to this enduring mystery. While technology races toward resolution, it uncovers only partial truths about these vanished figures. Such discrepancies between past technology and present capabilities only deepen our intrigue, inviting contemplation of the mysteries that remain beyond reach. Our improved ability to collect data contrasts starkly with the dearth of knowledge about those who disappeared beyond time's grasp. As we move forward, the absence of answers continues to reflect a gap, both practical and philosophical, between what is discovered and what remains unknown, leaving the narratives of the lost to stand as enigmatic testaments to the past's unsolvable riddles. Venturing into realms beyond our understanding, the specters of lighthouse keepers long gone beckon from the shadows. There, in the dim light of memory, tales of hauntings and ghostly apparitions linger like mist upon the water. These stories interlace with cosmological narratives, where their metaphysical weight adds to the speculation of unearthly interactions, stretching beyond time's borders. In this space of intangible phenomena, keepers' stories play out like plays upon an inaccessible stage, suggesting realms where human and otherworldly encounters merge. While skeptics dismiss these tales, they remain as echoes within the timeless annals of the lighthouse, perpetually haunting us with their unresolved presence, gently urging us to peer beyond the veil into spaces that defy conventional understanding. The wrath of nature is an unmistakable force felt keenly by those who live by the sea, where the ocean's elements are unfettered and wild. Waves crash against the stone foundations of lighthouses, wielding a primal strength that underscores human vulnerability. The keepers become emblematic of humanity's stoic endurance, watching as nature's ferocity bears down upon their gilded towers of light. Like the sea, keepers become submerged in the cauldrons of Earth's elemental power, their memories living on within the grand embrace of the storm. As man confronts the ocean's ultimate embrace, so too does nature's grandeur illuminate our fleeting grasp over this earth, a reminder of the age-old struggle between mankind and the untamed world. In this context, lighthouses stand as artifactual memories, casting their beams defiantly into the challenging expanse, carving out a fragile permanence amid the restless tides. In considering lighthouse disappearances, it becomes imperative to reflect upon the complexities of the human condition, where man's decisions vary between rogue impulse and unwitting victimhood. This question beckons observers to ponder whether these keepers were adventurers stepping boldly out of line, or were they swept away by circumstance, rendered victims of fate's capriciousness. The dichotomy of rogue or victim toyed with perceptions, painting these figures as part of an uneasy narrative that skirts human nature's margins. Such disappearances provoke rich meditations, ones that delve into the psychological and emotional states of those who inhabited such isolated places, confronted with the bounds where chaos meets calm, leaving questions that linger far beyond the breakers. The sea, in its eternal cycles of ebb and flow, operates on its own terms, its waves singing the litany of life and death, absorbing all in its wake. It stands as a symbol of equilibrium amidst chaos, a liquid tapestry shifting both the sands of time and the memories they hold. In its silent rhythm, lives are assimilated, leaving traces that drift, footprints upon the mutable shoreline. Disappearing inhabitants become casualties of nature's predilection for reclaiming what it spun. Within the scope of these truths lies acceptance of our ephemerality, caught in the sea's ageless pull as reminders of the cycles of life that are perpetually engaged in refining the landscape of our collective history. The matter of lighthouse mysteries sheds light on the discontinuity faced by investigators who seek to uncover these enigmata of history. Bridging these gaps demands facing the technological limitations that separate us from the truth of the past. Delving into the fragmented timelines of lost keepers brings forth an unsolved puzzle with missing pieces scattered across time. Despite these challenges, each inquiry into such vacancies grapples with the necessity of context, piecing together the narratives where evidence exists as whispered echoes within the passage of time. As we engage with these remnants, an understanding pervades that some mysteries elude our grasp, occupying temporally defined spaces unwilling to relay their truths, barriers that persist as tributes to unresolved pasts, authoring tales as yet unwritten. Even amidst these gaps, the cosmic dance above the flowing tides offers solace to mariners and lighthouse keepers alike. Under a tapestry replete with stars, their rhythms align with the celestial scripts that guide the warp and weave of earthly cycles. The lighthouse, standing alone upon the precipice, becomes a touchstone linking these eternal patterns. As stars perpetually orbit and their light wanes through vast distances, lighthouse mysteries blend into celestial lore. The lighthouse itself becoming a part of this narrative, an empirical guide amidst the celestial dance. Ritualized constancy, born in stars and sea, lend depth and character to the keepers who themselves disappear, mirrors of cosmic rhythms beyond the timeline of mortal understanding. Finally, lighthouses hold human history within their bones, functioning as historical narratives cast in stone and glass. From their towers echo legacies of the past, narrations carried by the winds through the corridors of time. These structures, silent witnesses to human endeavor, serve as monuments where stories of courage and despair play upon the fabric of memory. Within the time-worn stones lies a library of untold tales, persisting across generations, reminding us of those who vanished at the edge of the known world. As the tide ebbs and station grows silent, it's in this sacred watch that the legacy of the lighthouse keeper remains eternal. Their tales, absorbed into the elements they once faced, are whispered eternally in the wind, a chorus accompanying the haunting dance of light across the sea. In that space between land and ocean, history continues its flow, forever etched into the storied walls of time's oldest guardian,